Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Games of the future.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back here. We're at the day number 3 here at MOBA Mobile. We're here. My name is Ilyas Kokianov, aka Steelborg. I joined with Haiti here. We're flying around our digital world of at the Game of the Future here in beautiful Astana, here in Kazakhstan 2026. Welcome you back. I welcome you here, guys. Yeah, we're day of semifinals.
Yes. I mean, fresh day, another day, new day after the last 2 days of constant battles between the great teams, actually. And then we are back again. I mean, the good thing is that we are almost nearing where the whole tournament is heading to, which is the grand finals, which is going to be happening tomorrow. But today we are on semi-finals, and we will see who's going to get to the final stage and who has more chances to win the trophy. And of course, we got a third prize tomorrow as well. So we're still yet to find out what's going to happen. But today we got some strong teams finally after all the tournament stages. We are finally down to 4 teams. So let's give a big shout out, of course, to Freedom for making all this happen, because MLBB would not be possible without Freedom here in the Games of Future 2026 here in Astana, an incredible city that we have here. We are having a great time. We have the matches starting in a few minutes, and we are all very excited because we actually saw all the teams performing really well yesterday at the quarterfinals, and we are finally at the semifinals. I mean, we got 2 matches happening today. The first one, Selangor Red Giants to Onyx, and of course the next match. And again, once again, welcome again to day 3 of the MLBB. How do you feel, Steve Barkover, today?
I'm feeling amazing. Yes, as Heidi was saying, we are back here at the semifinals, meaning 4 teams have officially locked in, and they'll be playing today and tomorrow. And we'll see different teams competing today. I mean, they're either gonna be playing for the 3rd place for tomorrow, or somebody who's gonna lose today. They will not be out of the tournament, but they will play for tomorrow for the 3rd place, as in a traditional sports. And I would like to remind you guys, it's SRG who have qualified. SRG, we have Onyx, we got Aurora Gaming, and we have Bigatron by Vitality. Those 4 teams we're gonna be playing here at beautiful Jack Pijak Arena today and tomorrow.
Of course, I mean, we're going to be starting with SRG versus Onyx pretty soon enough, and then we're going to be seeing a good battle right here, because this is possibly the chance for Onyx to go ahead and get to the finals and to get back to the same team that were day before in 2025. They were the finalists 2025. They were the champions in 2025. So we are yet to find out if they're going to repeat the same history all over again here in Astana one more time. And of course, the other team, SRG, is not less strong, to be honest. I mean, both are really strong teams. They had a really good fight yesterday. SRG was facing Foot Esports yesterday, whereas Onyx faced the FYG yesterday. I mean, great matches we had, right? We had a great time yesterday.
Yeah, and I'd like to also remember to tell you guys that Onyx hasn't lost a single map in the entire of the game at the Game of the Future. However, Selangor Red Giants are almost the same. They only lost one game at the group stage, and it was to Rune Eaters, but they come up as the first place as the same as Onyx. So that would be very interesting to take a look at those very high level game. And would like to remind you guys that all the games at the Games of the Future you guys can watch at the phygital-plus.com. All the games that are necessary. We have different disciplines all across at the Game of the Future. You would like to watch the Phygital Shooter, you would like to watch Phygital MMA, Phygital football, basketball, it could be Dota too as well. I mean, everything that you can watch there, very easy to use and it's very accessible.
Of course, and let's take a step back and look at the team members for today for each team. We got the SRG, Cram, Uni, Stormy. I mean, Uni and Stormy got the MVPs yesterday. They only played 2 games. I mean, that's all they needed. They were on 2-0. They did not actually need a third game for playing against Foot Esports yesterday. So Uni and Stormy, big ups. And then we got Yums and Innocent as well. I mean, we saw that pattern yesterday, right? When it came to the heroes that they picked, the Melissa and of course the Harley. But before that, let's just jump into a very cool video that you really don't want to miss. Let's get to know the teams better.
The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Tournament at the Games of the Future 2026 Astana has reached its decisive stage. After several days of intense competition, only 4 teams remain in the race for the championship trophy. The first semi-final will feature Selangor Red Giants against Onyx, 2 teams that have consistently demonstrated discipline, strategic depth, and the ability to deliver under pressure. With a place in the grand final on the line, every draft, every team fight, and every objective will be more important than ever. The second semi-final promises another thrilling showdown as Aurora Gaming takes on Bigatron by Vitality. Both teams have impressed throughout the tournament with confident performances and strong teamwork, earning their place among the final 4. Aurora Gaming enters the semi-finals with a particularly compelling story. Of all the remaining teams, they are the only squad that has suffered a defeat during the tournament, and it came in their very first match against Selangor Red Giants. Since then, Aurora has responded with resilience, putting together a series of convincing victories to secure a place in the Final 4. Their journey has become one of determination and adaptation, proving that an early setback does not define a championship campaign. At this stage of the tournament, there is no room for mistakes. Success will depend not only on individual skill, but also on teamwork, communication, drafting strategy, and the ability to adapt in real time against world-class opponents. The semi-finals taking place today. Selangor Red Giants and Onyx will open the day, followed by the clash between Aurora Gaming and Bigatron by Vitality. By the end of the day, only 2 teams will remain, advancing to the grand final to compete for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang title at the Games of the Future 2026 in Astana. Stay with us.
Thank you for the great video here. And just to wrap up of the day 1 and day 2 and overall the group stage of here in Astana. I would like to also remember to you guys that Team SRG, right? They actually beat Aurora 2-0 at the group stage. Wow. So that the Aurora they're here also at the semifinals. And that means what? That means this team is really competitive, and therefore they can actually give a good fight to Team Onyx.
I mean, for sure. We are talking about, I mean, as he said, SRG actually beat Aurora Gaming, and they are in the semifinals today. And both of them are in the semifinals today. So it's gonna be interesting to see how it goes. We have these pictures right up on the screen. Today's semifinals, as we said, we got the Selangor Red Giants going up against Onyx in the first match, and also soon after that we got the Aurora going to get Bigatron by Vitality. So all four are really great teams, and they put up a very good fight yesterday. In either ways, we had two matches which were 2-0, and then after that we needed 2-1 for the next two games yesterday. So that was very interesting to see. As we said, I mean, when it comes to SRG, it's interesting to worth noting that we have Uni who replaced early on with Sikais. I mean, Uni came in as the jungler. I mean, he really put up a fight. He even grabbed an MVP yesterday, which was really good performance. So let's not forget the strength of the teams and the players as well. And we are just about to watch the games, and make sure you are also watching the games. Make sure you tell your friends about it. Make sure you grab the tickets for these matches, because we only got 2 more days to go. Tomorrow is the finals. Scan the QR code right up on the screen and get those tickets and watch all these games. Have a great time watching all these games, because this is totally the last 2 days of the whole tournament. You really don't want to miss this one. I mean, what do you think about the Onyx as well? I mean, we got the SRG and Onyx, two great teams.
I mean, like I said, SRG just lost only one map in the entire tournament of the Game of the Futures. However, Oni hasn't lost a single one. So definitely it would be a good rivalry. I genuinely think that I'm actually glad that SRG got to meet Onyx here at the semifinals, because this is a great test for them to take a look how they're gonna do. But before that, let's don't forget to appreciate our another yet sponsor is the Center Credit Bank for hosting and supporting MOBA PC Dota 2. And I personally was there. It was genuinely so amazing. Make sure to download the online banking app Center Credit and manage your finances well, guys. And it's just thank you very much again, Center Credit, for helping me. And we move forward. Like I said, I think, generally speaking, SRG has a great chance of actually getting a one map, and maybe it will be an impressive 2-0 from SRG, and maybe Onyx is going to lose. I mean, yeah, you can say Onyx is a champion team, whatever from the yesterday, and they looked very promising and stuff. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we got Kyrie there from the Kyrie and Uni coming, both junglers, saying about how they think about the games and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we got two of those players on Onyx as well, as we can see it on the screen. We got Keyboy and Kelra actually put up a really good fight yesterday. I mean, they came up with each got one MVP for each games. We are talking about the only 2 games that they played yesterday, because they were like 2-0. And I mean, this was incredible performance by all the teams yesterday, and we are on to even better performances hopefully today. But let's not forget, there is something cool, because Sven is actually gifting all the finalists of the Games of the Future with something really cool. Let's give a big shout out to Sven for being a partner for Games of the Future 2026. But again, quickly taking a look at what happened yesterday. SRG, they came here for the semifinals fighting against Foot Esports yesterday, ending up with winning 2 of the first 2 maps. So this is going to be interesting. We are almost there to start the first ever game today. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm very excited, and let's actually, we're hearing that people are getting ready and the teams are getting ready, and we are getting ready to give our awards to our beautiful casters. And guys, take it away and let's enjoy a great MOBA Mobile.
Harmony between worlds rests on a fragile balance. Legends of the Great Step tell of the sun-headed man who helped maintaining the connection between the worlds for centuries. But sometimes, the very nature of existence disrupts the natural order of things. When the ancient power left the sun-headed man, the balance shifted.
Attention. Massive energy surge detected.
The energy within the sun-headed man's artifact has awakened.
So, the Chosen Ones are already there?
Newbies without a guide. Then it's time to meet them. Someone's got to get them up to speed.
Look what my robot can do.
Not now. I'm playing.
In search of those destined to restore the lost harmony, the energy split into 3 parts.
I'm one of the guardians of balance between the worlds. When the ancient power awakened in Kazakhstan, it chose you. You're the ones who can restore the sun-headed man's power and bring the worlds back into harmony. Guess even ancient powers can surprise you. Looks like the squad's finally complete. But until the sun-headed man is fully charged, the two worlds will keep drifting apart. So no pressure, but we're counting on you.
And so began the story of the new heroes. Ahead of them lay the greatest challenge of all, the games of the future in Astana.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the semi-finals here at the Games of the Future 2026 happening in Astana, Kazakhstan. We've had some action-packed past couple of days, and now we're down to two. In this one, we've got two matches for you guys. It's going to be best of three. We're starting off with Selangor Red Giants versus Onyx, both coming from sweeps yesterday. And now to move forward to the grand final spot, one of them has to win here. They'll send the other to the third place match. It's me and Leo today to bring you the action. Leo, how are we feeling?
I am pleasantly surprised as to how we've gotten to our top four. It's great to be back at your service. And, you know, as much as we'd want and wish to have been in Astana to call these matches, we were happy to have our dulcet tones play over the big speakers in the arena. This is bound to be one banger of a best of three.
Yeah, I hope you're feeling well, man. Again, you know, we just saw each other a week ago or so in Paris, just like a lot of these teams did. I mean, that was kind of, you know, a lot of the storyline coming into this, just how these teams just competed over there in France, and now they're over here. Great to have them over in Kazakhstan, of course. And I think what has surprised a lot of people is just not just the fact that the champions over in Paris got knocked out so early, that's team spirit, but just how we might potentially see a rematch of last year's Games of the Future 2025, which was between Onyx and Aurora Gaming, which we'll watch in action later on, where, you know, Onyx won that in a sweep. So we did hear through the interviews, of course, there towards the end that, you know, they wanted to go for a rematch. Well, it starts with this. Again, can Selangor Red Giants, can the Giants change that course for Onyx? Because I think if you look at yesterday's matches, if you guys didn't get to tune into them, they both had pretty dominant sweeps. I mean, SRG and Onyx both had, I think, 10-minute games or so around there in their matchups. SRG played at Foot Esports, Onyx played against DFYG, and so this is a very strong showing for them yesterday. Now, going into this, you know, I don't expect sweeps today, man. I mean, we only got 2 matches. We've got to get the full series going on. 3 games, hopefully, for both. Again, we know what the prize pool is at stake here. It's quite massive, $1 million across for all teams. And now that you're down to the last 4, this is where there's like this big jump in prize pool for the teams competing for the rest of the massive prize pool of it. But also, I will have to say this, man. The meta game, we've talked so much about it. I don't know if you've like seen this too, Leo, but it hasn't changed too much from what we saw in MSC, but it's changed a bit, you know, it's changed a bit. Melissa especially really raising in stock value. The Barretts also still being one, but I think it's interesting where the jungle has ended up too. You know, some of those picks that we saw pop up have kind of fallen off, and we've seen some surprise picks too, like the Leomord come through.
It's Hirara or bust. This is what I'm seeing. Again, the memes will tell you when you're talking about Onyx ID, you're talking about the Sky Kings, you're talking about Kyrie. It's like when he picks a jungler, as long as it's open, Coach Chewe, Coach Yeb, the Raja won't even think twice. Now that we're talking about the meta in general, right? I agree. It really didn't change much since MSC. But if there is one thing that is in flux, is where these championship teams are right now. I'm talking about these top 4. We're used to seeing them play in best of 5s, best of 7s. A shame that we'll only really be seeing them in action in best of 3s before the finals. But when you think of where SRG is right now, it's more than just the meta that's in flux. Even they are in, let's say, their Metapod or Kakuna phase for those Pokemon fans, because they changed their jungler. Like, this is Uni right now. We're so used to it being the Sky Prince, the MVP of MSC 2024 in Sekais, but it's Uni who's playing, and they got to this point with Uni. And folks, it's not like he got lost along the way in Paris. Like, he's still on the team. It's just this is the shape that SRG is in now going into game number 1. Atlas, Selena, get out of here. Freya, Marcel, get out of here. What does this leave open? I'd say think of that whole Nolan Hirara trade. Think of if you want to get rid of Melissa this early on.
Oof. If they don't get it, I'm expecting the trade is probably going to be for the Melissa. If not that, then the Barretts. Like, both these teams obviously want the Barretts. We have seen that go blue side. There it is. Priority, they will take out the Melissa, though. So Onyx is going to go ahead and take that. If this is, so now the choice is Harara or Barretts. What do you ban out if you're SRG? You know, you kind of have to decide from there.
You know what? I think there's enough reps to just give Kyrie the Hirara, then play from there. Again, you're going to get the winning Nolan trade anyways. Consider this as well. Midweek patch, right? Changed very little. I believe Kaja should not be available for play just yet in case there's like, you know, the 100 people in chat asking where's the new Kaja. He's reworked, so don't even think about it. But Gord nerfed. And Novaria slightly buffed. I guess that's the reason why we saw her get played in a couple of games this past week.
Yeah. I shed a tear for Gord, you know, because he had his moment. I guess I should be happy that it lasted as long as it did.
Yes.
You know, but it was time for a change, and I got a chance to try the Kaja too, man. I don't. Again, we probably won't see it here, obviously, but we can look forward to it in the future because I think it was a really fun change that Kaja went through. Now, Barrett's being banned out, so, you know, they're taking their time, but I'm still expecting this just to be the Hirara trade, unless Onyx is deciding to do something else. We got Onyx fans out there too. Love the stickers. And, you know, of course, we've had a lot of fans being able to go ahead and meet the teams. I think that's been amazing. Whoa! A Paquito first pick instead.
Okay. So instead of it being the telegraphed Hirara into Nolan, because again, the Nolan wins that about 60% of the time, they go for the flex in blue. So this is Coach Chewe, Coach Yeb going, yeah, we're on blue. We're going to get the priority and we're going to control the draft. We're going to flex on y'all into blue 4-5. How does SRG answer back? I don't know if it's worth it to put Hirara on Uni and then grab something else like a Valentina this early on to kind of block out potential fake outs. But also, considering Barats is out already, they might invest in like a solid XP lane like an Esmeralda. Esmeralda wins against Paquito.
Yeah, maybe just get it early. Otherwise, they could risk it going over on the flip side to Onyx. They're going to go with the Hirara, though. Belric was kind of what I expected, though, to be one of the answers here. That's usually what happens over on the first phase for red side once they see that blue priority. So you get the Belric, now you have the Hirara, which makes sense because also we've seen that Belric picked up so much when it is first pick blue side Hirara because it just kind of helps, you know, lock down who you need to with the Wrath of Dryads, but also the playmaking potential. Now, the thing, though, is, Leo, like we've seen, I think the meta with some of these top heroes being picked up, there's more flexing happening, you know, and some teams have tested out. We even saw the likes of a Rome Valentina come through. Obviously, the Valentina Novario combo that we saw yesterday. Belric can be parked into the XP lane, not just in that Rome. And there's a whole lot of that you can actually play around with. But this seems pretty standard. We'll see exactly where SRG's going with this on their third pick. But with the Uranus over there, so now you know, all right?
Do
Paquito, you? Is he going jungle?
Do you?
Right?
Here's the thing. By Uranus going blue 2-3, you don't know where the Paquito's going. And again, throwing back to, I don't know, as far back as like 8 months back, we've seen Uranus in the jungle. So who knows what Onyx is cooking?
Oh, that's true. And now that we've seen Valentina in the Rome, Paquito can go in the gold. I don't know, man.
Yeah, nothing is set in stone. This is a
mind games.
This is a very flexible draft that they've gotten. Blue 1-3. Red 3 though, closing up. Look at SRG. All cards on the table. This is most likely an EXP Ruby, like 90%.
Yeah, 90%. I mean, there's still a world where it's like, oh, remember the day of, you know, Gold Lane Ruby. That can still be a thing, right?
But
Gold
it's
Lane
cram, though. It's cram.
Yeah, it's cram. It has to be going over in that XP. So Belric Rome, pretty straightforward, I would say, for SRG, which leaves us to still wonder what they're going to put, you know, exactly 100% what is going in the jungle for the hands of Kyrie. You see that out there, too. You know, Kyrie diff. I think a lot of people have been looking at these junglers that we've seen so well over the years now, you know, develop into these star players and everything else. And you think, okay, well, this is kind of the assassin meta, right? So they should be able to do this, this, and this. And one thing's for sure is the compositions now are so, even more so, I feel like, really based around allowing your jungler to get that momentum building early on, scale up from there, and then let them just kind of take away the game. And that's why we have such fast games. I'm not sure exactly on the average game time of Games of the Future, but it's definitely maybe that 15 or less minute mark. We've had a handful of games maybe only go 20 plus minutes. I mean, me and Wolf were asking desperately so we could have an Evolved Lord, you know, because I kind of forgot that, you know, it's been so long in some of the games where it's like, man, where's the Evolved Lord going? We haven't seen him in a while, right? Because all these games ending 15, sub 15 has been the case. So last couple bans will tell us where they're going with it. The Dairoth being banned out by Onyx, Harley on the other side. So even SRG isn't 100% sure yet. So they're going to go and just cover the base, ban out the Harley.
Because of how flexible either side is and this abomination of a metagame that Moonton has concocted for us, both sides are flexing really hard. That's why those bans are so weird. An XP laner, a jungler, a mid laner, a roamer. I can't remember the last time a metagame was this in flux. So Red 4, the pick for SRG, I'd say lock in that gold laner right now. Show us. Leave the mid so that you can kind of prio balance that with the Beleric. with red 5. So I'd say expose that gold lane right now. I'm sure Innocent can handle it, whatever it is. Like, if it's going to be a Moskov, oh, that would be really good. Oh, instead, it's a mid laner first.
Okay, Kimmy. So they want to hold on to Innocent's pick. Get with the Kimmy. They have a whole lot of crowd control, man. Like, this is so much crowd control that SRG is looking to potentially play with. Right now, there's a lot of damage, you know, and soak up potential that Onyx can utilize here. Valentina most likely will just... You got a couple options, actually. Do you want to take the Wrath of the Dryad, that ultimate from Belric, or do you want to go ahead and take the ultimate of Ruby, the I'm Offended? There's some great setup potential there. Now, these next two picks will put all the pieces to the puzzle for Onyx.
They need crowd control. Now you mentioned it. There's that crowd control. Massive source. The Guinevere, which we still don't know where it's going. Again, there's a world where it's actually going in a Keyboy's hands.
Okay.
And it's not. It's a jungle Gwyn, Rome Matilda, gold lane pack. Okay, so this kind of makes sense now. It's like a well-written Nolan film, well, the very first one, and maybe a little bit of Tenet. So, you know, it's non-linear drafting.
Okay, non-linear drafting. I like how it doesn't, you know, come to fruition until the very end, though. You know, then we really know where it's going. But, dude, this Matilda yesterday alone caused so much trouble for the opposing team. Just because, again, mobility, right? Shields. Pretty good poke, I'd say, too, after she got that buff back when that last couple patches ago when she got that buff on her Wisps. You know, she's able to actually go ahead and poke pretty well. You pair it up with this Guinevere, who gives you also great crowd control. And now the answer. Okay, so Esmeralda's open. Might as well. We know there's shields that are going to be popping up over here. You get the Esmeralda. Go ahead and deal with that. This is the eternal battle in the XP lane. Not too much is going to happen there, but everything will happen around these objectives. Now, Leo, real quick before we jump into the game, who are you leaning towards for game one? Again, it's a best of 3. You can only do so much in 3 games, and that's hopefully what we get. Where are you going towards for game 1?
I really like how decisive Onyx are. I was so sure that Cram was going to get his hands on the Ruby, but the 10% swing, again, the fact that there were an ungodly amount of shields forced them to throw it into the hands of Innocent. And then they picked the Esmeralda, red 5, to answer all of the aforementioned shields. So with that said, I'm liking Onyx. Yeah, sure, you get solutions, but at the end of the day, who's the beatdown? Who's dictating what you're allowing your opponent to do? That's Onyx. So I'll say Onyx had a better plan. Yes, SRG did get the pivot, but going into game number 1, I'm with the squad who says, this is what we're going to do. What you going to do about it?
Okay. Well, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to jump into the game. Again, first game of the day. Want to make sure that they have everything settled for our players here. Granted that it is, you know, granted that it is 3 games. Got to go ahead and get the best situation for our players. Now, one thing's for sure, I think it's felt this way, man, where it's like the drafting, because of the nature of having these heroes that can be flexed, having these kind of surprises, especially when it's like the last, you know, 2 picks on both sides of the last, let's say the last pick for a red side there, that red 5 pick. There's so much that can happen here, but one thing is that it feels almost coin flippy in a way, where it's like, okay, there's clear strategy happening in the draft, but sometimes with certain teams, right, even at this highest level like this with Onyx and SRG, some of these team fights are kind of weird, because even if you have a lead, 5,000-6,000 gold, it's gotten to this place where, again, think what Harara has showed us that she's capable of doing. The way she moves around the map and everything else. Sometimes you think you have a team fight won, and then she escapes. Well, Matilda helps you do that. So here we go. We're going to be jumping into the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's the semi-finals here for the Games of the Future. We got a best of 3. One of these teams will move on to the grand final, and one will be knocked down to that 3rd place match. So let's go ahead and jump into this one.
Good priority coming in from SRG. The space that the Kimmy and the Bellerix engagements allow for this duo to kind of play toe-to-toe against a very deadly Matilda and Valentina combo. So that allows SRG to cross over first. Cram coming in to help equalize to get that little Wanderer, and that allows SRG to go up maybe about 100, 200 gold.
All right, a little bit of early poking happening here in the mid lane. Of course, this is kind of what we expected. It's funny because the matches yesterday I felt like were a little more, in terms of the mid lane, you didn't see, when it got to game 3, you didn't see that crazy go-to strategy where it's like mid lane's whole, pre-first turtle is let's see if we can get some battle spells out. Let's see if we can actually cause some havoc here, potentially get a first blood. But when that doesn't happen, it's kind of more of a stalemate into that first turtle, then you're like, okay, eventually this big fight is going to break out. Looks like they're going to go for Cram. It's tanky enough, though.
Oh,
all right.
Given that was just a 3-man gank, Onyx tried, and you can see how early on, even without items, Keyboy's Wisps hurt. But again, Cram, no worries there. Did not need to pop the Purify. Maybe just needed to regen, so that's a free resource. Turtle spawns in the upper quarter. Good start for the bottom lane as well. Sans here in trouble. Forced to flicker back. Stormy wants to finish the job. Finds it. SRG draws first blood. Up top, though, they force a Purify from Cram, and they will trade off for SRG's team captain's down. Here comes SRG. Coming for the clapback. Down goes Kyrie. Uni takes him down. Onyx out of jungler. Circling Eagle. Knocking up one, but Stormy gets away. Able to purify through, and Uni finds K-Boy. Lutpi gonna dash on back. SRG, massive win across 2 lanes.
Oh, man, that was really good from SRG, and this should result in them getting this turtle, because I don't think Kyrie's going to be there in time as he's just going to grab his buff. And Yum's setting up, so Uni able to secure the objective. And some kills, too. Again, 2 kills in the hands of Uni on a Hirara. Now, usually when the Hirara is picked up, we've seen it go to a point where, it might struggle a little bit in the early game, but if you get some early kills and you're moving the way Uni's moving, this is why people have been so impressed by Uni. Again, Sakai's amazing jungler, but Uni, when he stepped in, even back in Paris, people are like, how would this pan out? Well, now Uni starting strong in game 1 against Onyx to get SRG to the grand finals here. This is something that can snowball out of control if you're Onyx, and you gotta be a little cautious about this because the way that just Harari can do some crazy things. This is why I was saying it almost felt coin flippy because of her kit, and then that's why if you're gonna pick a Guinevere, which we saw banned out quite a bit of times, they can still play with that potential to go in spatial migration, Requiem combo. But what they can't let happen here, Leo, is those stacks to build on the Sky Piercer of Uni. Remember when we've seen a fully stacked Sky Piercer Hirara, how dangerous it can be.
I don't think dangerous is the word to describe it. Unfair is a little more appropriate. Selangor Giants now crossing over to the lower quarter of the map. They know that they have the initiative here. They have tempo on their side. They're forcing Kelra back. And here's the issue with a Uranus, right? If you're holding the map hostage, you're winning. But if your opponent doesn't care, you're kind of just a big meat shield, a walking ward. Your vision that floats and moves around. So I think that's what Selangor Red Giants are taking advantage of. The fact that they've isolated Lutfi from the action. It's basically Cram calling the shots, holding down the lane, and then he'll be able to make it back after expanding rivers. Turtle spawns lower quarter. Let's see how Onyx close this gap. It's about a 700, 600 gold lead.
Yeah, it's not too much. Turtle's going to be up, but they'll make their way down here. Again, expanding rivers is the map, so quick rotation for the objectives. SRG doesn't want to go ahead and just start this up blindly, though. They do meet Lutpi here in the mid lane. They knew he was going to rotate down, but not really able to do too much. Cram picking up a Enchanted Talisman. So now they'll decide to go ahead and start up this turtle. Kelro's getting a good push, though, into that turret. Turtle secured.
What a yeet coming in from Kyrie. That is the pulse thrown out by Stormy, no one home. That's an interesting start. I think Selangor Giants were overthinking it. They were considering we can take it slow, we have them by the ropes, and then Onyx says, nah, we have you by the ropes. All this while, Kelra doesn't even care. I think he paid for that coaching session with that turret down bottom, and he said, I'm gonna get my reps. I will get my sandbag, and he will get a slow push. I don't think Innocent can stop this.
Yeah, again, I think he was treating that like a punching bag, basically, as a turret falls. Kelra just goes ahead, converts a turret for Onyx, plus get that turtle. Helps them. Again, it's not a big lead or anything, but SRG was maintaining a small one, and now that's pretty much been taken care of. Sans holding on to his own Wrath of the Dryad here. This is a very slow-paced game in terms of fighting because, again, both teams' compositions are that way, right? Uni wants to get stacks, he wants to get kills, which he started, but Onyx responds by just kind of slowing things down. If they can steal objectives, kind of take them away from SRG like that turret and like that turtle, then they're happy with that because, again, they're fighting into this game of we've got utility, right? I think that's the biggest thing on their side is they've got utility to work with, and they have to be a little more, they have to play a little more finesse with these team fights just because of the crowd control overload.
Oh!
Okay, Yums.
Yums coming in, flicker out the Dryad, stack pending on Sans, but he gets away. Uni says, I will get mine. Couple of iframes already. Kyrie looking for his man, finds it. Dash and Requiem closing the gap. Uni overextended himself. Selangor at Giants already down about 1,000 gold. They miscalculated how much range they could play with. Onyx are calling the shots. Kelra books another membership up top. He has a second punching bag to deal with.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and take that one down too. Last turtle is up. Again, Uni getting punished there. Loses a little bit of those stacks, of course, that he built up here with the Sky Piercer. And now Kelra continues to push. Someone's going to have to go deal with him. If he continues to do this, he might rotate down with the expanding rivers just so they can secure this third turtle. It's being held here. It's going to go for a reset. Kelra makes his way. Sounds will clear out the wave. He doesn't have an ultimate stolen yet.
Lutpi doesn't even care, man. This is best case scenario. Onyx have forced SRG to respond, but the Giants will take the turtle, and Lutpi continues.
No.
Onyx did not get to take advantage of Lutpi's spacing. Oh, he does pop the consecration there, holding on to Purify. What is Onyx playing here? What's the long-term benefit of playing footsies like that and not getting anything in return? SRG have effectively closed the gap. They stopped the bleeding. Joseph, there's just barely 2,000 between them. That could have definitely gotten worse, but SRG put a bandage. In comes Kelra. Punches Innocent in the face. Finds Keyboy, and it's enough to stop him. That traction pulse stops the rest of them. Now Uni finds Kyrie coming in with one dash, an iframe. A little bit more left in the tank. Uni wants stacks. Finds Keyboy. Takes a bit of damage from Kelra. Punch to the face. Spell Vamp will keep him top. Just like that, a domino effect. SRG now close the gap once again. Barely 500 between them.
Well, I don't know. You asked me what was the play, what was the long game here for Onyx. Well, I think they're losing control of the potential for something to happen here, Leo, because now the tier 2 turret up top most likely going to go down as SRG is controlling the space. They do clear out the wave, but it's under half health now. And with a Lord coming up in about 45 seconds, SRG is showing that right now they just have kind of this, they have more damage to work with. I mean, Keyboy was deleted there, it seemed like, from Uni. You know, he's able to go ahead and happen. And maybe this will tell us why. The items that we're looking at right now, you can see a bit of a difference over there for the XP, the mid, and the jungle, obviously. But one of the biggest things, again, is just the threat of stacks on a Hirara. Even without the crazy amount of damage that we're used to seeing with Marksman, for example, when they get that whole that trinity of items set up, it's just the amount of burst and ability they can work with here. And here's one of the things Onyx has to do is, you know, again, crowd control being SRG's one of their biggest favors. We saw it earlier in one of the team fights where if your Wrath of the Dryad or your I'm Offended, and even the Traction Pulse don't land the way that they want them to, then you can re-engage into the fight and make something happen with themselves. Kelra more so just has to kind of wait for that opening, you know? That's one of the main things. He's mostly just been punching turrets. Well, pretty soon he's going to have to start punching SRG here. This Lord is up. It's being slowly worked on, but they can go ahead and just delay this further. There will be a wave cleared up top by Uni as they go ahead and get ready to take this. They might just look for a fight. Conceal's used. Okay.
Lord here, taking quite a bit, down to a quarter. Uni going to punch him. Lutpi holding down, left mid brush. Taking a few hits from Stormy. Lord gets reset. No action just yet. Coming in! Big 3-man! Make it a 4-man! Requiem coming through! But the damage isn't true. Kelra couldn't get the right punches. There's the stolen Wrath of the Dryad. Yums once more. Cram putting about a bit of damage, dancing around him. Shields for you, shields for me. Down goes Stormy. Stance finds him. Now Innocent falls. SRG are down 2 men. Yume's running away. He's burning. He lives. And now the iframe saves Uni as well. But another circling eagle. Does this ult not have a cooldown? Onyx are happy with what they got. Cram maybe one more, make it 3. They missed a hat trick. Uni iframes through, but Kelra catches him in the chin. And now Cram might fall, but Cram does find Kelra first. 3 for 1. Massive win for Onyx. We're going back and forth here, Joseph, as Kyrie threatens another ult, and he finds it. The Requiem plus the stolen. Grabs the Dryads once again. The pulse won't stop it. Keyboy falls. Hume's still alive. Lootpi trying to put Ionic Edge sacks. Kyrie gets a double. Now Stormy gonna be up next.
Kyrie!
Stormy gets taken down. Innocent. Not enough lifesteal on this Ruby. That's a wipeout. Onyx go for the Lord.
They played the long game, Leo. What a team fight. That was dragged out so much that we saw, what, 2, 3 circling eagles and a bunch of setup potential, and they're going to be able to secure themselves a Lord here. But man, talk about patience. You know, being able to maneuver around that, you know, Kelra able to go ahead and secure the kills there when he needed to. But then it was just Lootpi being that frontline bulwark and then playing around Keyboy's guiding wind and circling eagle, allowing Kyrie the opportunity to find the right moments of, okay, I can jump in here with that spatial migration, violent requiem when it's up, and make it happen. I mean, these are such long and extended team fights. And think, the last time we used to see this is every single time there was a revitalize on the play. But now there isn't. It's just these compositions. They allow these long team fights to happen. And now for SRG, they're going to lose some real estate across the map. The top tier 2 goes down. Kyrie pushes that. They try to deal with this Lord as it's going to slowly make its way to the base turret. Meanwhile, mid turret should go down next. But
I'll tell you now,
knocking on the base.
It's cooldown and spell vamp. That's what's causing all of this, and they're forcing Purifies. As soon as Onyx finds that, they go for the kill. Threatening that push on the bottom lane inhibitor. Mid falls, Lootpi taken down by Uni. Stacks traded here and there. Gets one up. Some key item pickups for Selangor Red Giants. Onyx are happy with what they did. No more outer turrets for Malaysia's champions.
Okay. They find a Lootpi. I'm so surprised that he goes down that quick. But yeah, they lose some holy defense shield. Now SRG's looking for a potential play here. Kyrie sees them.
Oh, massive Requiem finds 3. Comes in for another circling eagle. Serves up Innocent. And now even Yumes won't survive. Cram is dancing away his troubles. He will survive, thankfully. Has enough tankiness. Flicker and combo coming in from the gold standard. Down goes Uni. Cram the only one left. It's a wipeout. KK gets 2 KOs. And now they go straight for the inhibitor. And I think this is where we say, that's it.
Onyx played the long game in this best of 3 against SRG. The sustainability, the shields, and the mobility coming in clutch in game 1 to give them the upper hand against SRG. We'll have to see some things change here, of course, for Selangor Red Giants. But man, these were extended team fights. And I gotta say, Keyboy was able to make this all possible on that Matilda. That Matilda hero has picked up more and more and more over the past couple days here at Games of the Future 2026. Let's go to a break before we head on over to Game 2.
And what a game right there. Onyx versus SRG right there. I mean, the first map down, and then Onyx is continuing its streak of winnings. I mean, they are not just stopping it. They are unstoppable practically. Right, we are back here on the desk after the map one. Here we have Steel Boko with me. My name is Heidi. This is going to be interesting to see how this unfolds. The first game, Onyx wins again. There is no failure for Onyx yet. What do you think?
I think it's just purely amazing. I got no words to express my feelings. I mean, SRG played extremely well in the first 4 minutes, and they got the first turtle, and then they were applying the pressure. However, magically from minute 6, I would say 6 and more forward, it just was incredible. Like one stop on team fight, because they got twice. They got -4 for Onyx, and they were killing everybody. And there was nothing, I mean, there's nothing SRG could do. But before that, nonetheless, we'd like to appreciate our title sponsor here at the MOBA Mobile. It's Freedom. Freedom, thank you very much for being a general, making a general sponsor and being supportive for this awesome discipline. And without you, this whole event wouldn't be possible. Thank you very much for your support. And let's get back into the game itself. I mean, yeah, just like what I said. 2 team fights. After that team fight, there's nothing SRG could do.
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of saw how it went yesterday with the Onyx, how they performed, especially when initially the SRG actually went ahead and was taken. We can see the highlights up on the screen, but we saw the Onyx perform pretty much the same when they were facing yesterday with the DFYG on the second game. I mean, it was very close. DFYG was going ahead, but then there was a huge turnaround, starting with Kyrie getting the load steal. But here are the today's highlights right there. We can see how Onyx actually turned the game around, and then after that there was no stopping. It was like on and on. It was going on and on. But I think early on we got really good fights starting early on, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, the teams were always on point, always there. I mean, now we see Silangor just making more 2 kills, and this is the fight on the mid fight there, right? So there's going to be a huge turnaround for Team Onyx, because from this moment the game is right now it's even, but they'll get 4 kills and then another 4 kills, and from those another 4 kills, it's just clearly impossible to do anything for the team of Selangor Red Giants.
I mean, yeah, I mean, as it went after the 10th minute, I think it went kind of non-stop for Onyx. I mean, as soon as the Onyx catched up to the tie, and then from there Onyx really rushed down to the end of the game really quickly, and we had some really good fights as well. And around, let's say, around 30 minutes, as we will see on the map, on the highlights, by the time, let's say, 12 to 30 minutes, the SRG didn't have any outer turrets to play with. So that was a very, I would say, disadvantage at the SRG side around that point. And then after that, it was kind of easy for Onyx to go ahead, because just before they entered the base for SRG, they already had the team out, the SRG, right? I mean, that was easy for Onyx right there to finish it off. I mean, exactly as how the caster said, that was the moment we all said, like, this is it. And there was nothing after that. They were ready for ending the game right there. We are seeing 13th minute right there. This is where we lost the outer turrets for completely for SRG, and then Onyx was on a non-stop roll. I mean, when we look at even the draft phase, the Sands going with Valentina and Keyboy with the Matilda, I mean, that was interesting to see how that went, and Kyrie went with the Guinevere. But I mean, they made it on it, I would say. I mean, there is no, that's the moment that we had a wipeout at 13:56 right there, and then it was an easy win at that point towards the end.
Yeah, what I wanted to say, the Uranus was so crazy. Yes. I mean, the way how much damage he absorbed, Ludpi, it's just insane. I'm just so curious to see how much damage he got on foot, and when Kelleher was playing at decent, everybody from the team of the Onyx were playing decent, but for me, Lupi was the most MVP because he was the most annoying hero in the map, because we saw how he was clearly unkillable after minute 4 or 5. It's just he just stood there and there's nothing you can do about it.
Of course, I mean, Uni also put up a really good performance right there for SRG with 4-3-4. I mean, that's 4 kills and 4 assists. Even though there are 3 deaths, I mean, he went with Hirara right there. I mean, a hyper-mobile assassin. So, and also we keep seeing that thing, the conversation where we saw Uni coming in instead of Seekais, and that was a really good move. Actually, I mean, he actually did perform really good as a jungler right there for SRG. But let's not forget, making all your life easier. We all love it because we all like everything on one single app, and that's where the Yandex Go comes in. Make sure you scan the QR code up on the screen. Download Yandex Go because it's going to be so easy for you on your daily life to get everything in one app. So make sure you do that. Do not miss that one. We are only one map down for the first match, which is Onyx versus SRG. And again, Onyx is still on a roll.
Yeah.
We don't know if they're gonna even see them fail today, because the next map is gonna decide that, right? I mean, we have the stats up on the screen for both the maps. What do you think, Steel?
I wish I could see the Loot P, for example.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see how much damage he got. I mean, damage taken. Kyrie just played amazing. He has a wonderful KDA of 9. They have similar, what is it called? Similar gold with the Uni and Kyrie.
Yeah.
It's just both of those players actually. They were here at the panel, guys, yesterday, and it would be interesting to see how they're gonna play with number 2. I mean, Haiti, honestly, man, I have no idea if Onyx is going to be beatable, because for me, Southern Go Red Giants is the only one team, I think, in the entire tournament who can actually beat them. I mean, you can say about Aurora, whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, remind you guys, SRG actually, those guys who have won Aurora in the 2-0 in their group stage. So if SRG fails right now, I think the Onyx is gonna get another trophy in their sleeve. Yeah.
I mean, two tournaments, 2 games of the futures in a row. We don't know yet, but we are just seeing how Onyx is moving ahead this fast and unbeatable state. We are yet to see the MVP for today, but I mean, it was good performance. There we have the MVP, Kelra. There we go. We got Kelra. I mean, this is the second. I mean, yesterday we had Kelra as the MVP for their second map. We have the MVP right there, 64% kill participation and 758 GPM. Got 4 kills, 1 death and 5 assists. Good performance, right?
I mean, he was always there on point.
Yeah.
Keller is always making more than he needs to do. I mean, it's like, in terms of like, he does always above the average. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's always there on the point, always makes those important kills, important moves, and shout out to Keller for being an amazing player. Moving forward, now Selangor Red Giants, do they have a chance actually to at least take one game off of Team Onyx?
I was really wondering, because yesterday Selangor Red Giants went with that combo of Melissa and Harley.
Yeah.
And then they took both the games, like you said. I mean, it had really good win rates, as well as Steel Boycott said yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, now I think the other teams are listening, because they got the Bandigo series, so we didn't see any. We don't get to see any Melissa, we don't get to see any Harley, because both of the heroes were banned. And moreover, now we see actually Melissa. I mean, Valentina and Barretts are actually getting more and more in the game, and Belleric also getting more picked, I would say, in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the SRG, I mean, we have to admit that we still have one more chance, right, for SRG to somehow grab the hold of this tournament.
There is a one chance, and then there is going to be a last chance, because if they want to be at the finals for tomorrow, it's they have to step up and change a little bit.
That's true.
But what to change, I honestly don't know. Maybe the drafts. Maybe they need to pick Melissa first and ban other heroes, and hope they get a other heroes that they would like to get.
Yeah,
we'll
I mean, as
definitely
for
see.
the combo that we saw Harley and Melissa, last time Innocent picked Melissa, but this time he went with Ruby, who's a durable front line with heavy CC. But I don't know, do you think they're going to get back to the old combo again, yesterday's combo?
We'll definitely see. It's hard to say, to predict anything. It's all the matter on the drafting stage, and we'll see how they prepare, because we don't get to hear any insider information per se. So no expectancies, but I hope the game will be game 3, because otherwise the game will be quick.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, shout out to Selangor Red Giants, because they played first 4 minutes phenomenally.
Yes.
They got the kills, they got the turtle, they were taking the mid and map control overall.
Yeah.
However, I mean, Onyx is just great players, so they nonetheless they got a good net worth lead. We hear that players are getting ready, and so our casters are getting ready. Leo and Naiso, please take it away, guys. Let's get to watch the second game.
Okay, thank you guys again for breaking things down there for game number 1. Again, big shout outs to Ilyas and Heidi for being a part of this. You know, it's been a pleasure. And now going into game 2, we have to make some adjustments. I would say, especially if you're SRG off of that, kind of the way the game unfolded. It was such an extended game, Leo, like this back and forth. And I don't know, maybe we got to start banning the Matilda out.
I'd like to think it's less extended, because let's be honest, Joseph, you and I have been doing this for the better part of a decade. We've seen longer fights. We've seen longer
It's a new
games.
era.
I think we're just normalizing. Yeah, no, it's such a new space in MLB esports that everything that throws back to anything older is weird. So here I am, just with an open mind. I don't want to panic ban anything. If you ask me, there's a world where they just go back to their original bans, because there's a world where SRG actually won game 1.
That's true. I would say, I'm trying to think, if they let the Matilda go, I think they just have to change the order of the draft, or do what we saw yesterday, man, where it was basically a what would I call it? The Filipino Ube versus the Turkish Delight, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what it was. It was a Matilda on one lineup and then a Raphael on the other, right?
Okay.
And so maybe that might be one of the things where it's like, okay, if we see a Matilda, let's just grab a Raph or something else, that can help kind of match up to that.
To be fair, these two teams have gone too deep into the Southeast Asian macro that they can't, I think, based on how they're working, right? On the flip of a dime, switch over to something closer to the Turkish Delight. I think they've, even with Uni, right? Even with the switch up on Uni, even with, Kelra being there, if anything, that makes it worse, because Kelra actually spent a good amount of his career in the Filipino macro-centric metagame. So I'd say focus more on the task at hand. And look at that. There's only one ban that changed, man. It's just the Paquito. And
just
then
Paquito.
everything else stuck. Do we go... Would you go red, blue one Barats or blue one Beleric?
I think I think this is going to be blue and Barrett's. They don't want to give that over to Lupi.
Or Hirara.
Yeah. Oh, that's the tough choice. That's a tough one, because even so, Harara was okay for Uni the last game, right? He was getting some stacks on the Sky Piercer and everything else. He was moved across the map. But I think having a Barrett's would actually help them. They just have to be willing to trade that. So, dude, I think you give it over to Cram. You have to take this Barrett's from Lupi. Okay, there you go.
But Onyx are gonna make it so worth it. They can go Hirara and Beleric. Exactly. I mean, that's what SRG got in game 1 and still lost, but
yeah,
Onyx knows the tempo. At least Onyx now knows this is the kind of game we're playing. It's a slower, more Southeast Asian flavor.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, look at this man
if
flexing.
they decide to do that. Yeah. Was that a World Collector?
There's another rank now, Joseph. There's a new rank.
There? What's the new rank?
It's not what I am. I want to get there.
It's after World Collector?
Yeah.
What Universe Collector? Is that what we're
Let me double check.
What's better than World Collector, man? Like, what is the above of World? I would think Universe.
Or Galaxy.
Or Galaxy. Speaking of Galaxy, Uranus is going to be picked up.
It's in the advanced server, so we don't have it yet.
Oh, okay. We don't have it yet.
Man's the world collector. There it is. A galactic warden in Uranus. And the Hirara. Okay, so they wanted an answer to the Barats first. So,
yeah.
Uranus.
Okay, where they go with the Uranus here. So that's fine. The Hirara going in the hands of Kyrie. I'd be a little worried if I was SRG because, Kyrie, I think he's really excels at the Hirara. Some junglers, do it better than others, but nonetheless, she's still kind of broken, right? I think just the mobility that she has. But that's why the catch is so important. I think that's why Barrett's first pick blue side is actually very valuable here. Not only do you take it out of the hands of Loopy, but it allows you to go ahead and get that potential setup. You alleviate some of the pressure on your roam, and you go with that. Now, they're also going to go ahead and lock in the jungle and the gold lane already by taking up the Harley, which we saw banned previously, and then they get the Brody.
Okay, good amount of burst coming in. You want to be able to take advantage of whoever gets caught in Detna's welcome. Good global presence here. Fans from all over the world in the stadium supporting their favorite fans, their favorite teams as hardcore fans for Games of the Future. I love it. How does Onyx close up? Do they find an answer to the Brody immediately? What else do we have left? Do we want to see... does Keller go fighter again? Is a good question.
Could he go fighter against the Brody? Is that something you'd really want to do? Or maybe he just matches range for range and gets the Clint, unless it's going to be banned out. I think it's funny. Okay, there is a Matilda ban, so that respect is going to come through. But it's interesting, man. Like, I feel like even now we're seeing the meta's not changing a bunch, but it's like slightly shifting, right? There are some shifts here happening. I think one of them is like even the Claude. The Claude has kind of been a more of a struggle, right? Because even back in Paris, we saw so much Claude, Moskov, the likes of that, and then eventually some of these other picks started to pick up, like the Melissa, like the Brody, couple fighters sprinkled into there too. But I think in this case, maybe you just go the Clint, unless it's going to be one of these bans from SRG.
The Claude just doesn't fit the whole game plan or the pacing that the Paris metagame once allowed. But now maybe? I don't know. Especially since you have the Brody who kind of waits for that mid-game power spike as well. Lo Yi gets banned out. Mid is kind of tight. I gotta say now, mid is kind of tight. If some way, somehow, Selangor or the Giants end up with the Eudora in mid, then that's an early game snowball that they're looking at. We might go to game 3.
Okay, I would like the game 3, man, if they can. Lo Yi is interesting. Go with the Lo Yi ban, which I don't think we've seen picked up yet. If it has, it's only probably popped up maybe once or twice, even in the group stage. I'm taking a quick look. But the Lo Yi being a surprising ban, you're still going to have that last ban here for Onyx. See what they decide to go with. They're still honing in on the roam. So, oh no, they're going to go for the Eudora.
Yep, right into it. If they let SRG get it, and it doesn't really fit their draft, then even with chunky boys like Belleric and Uranus, they will lose out on that early game pressure. So one more ban for SRG. I think mid is safe. I think both teams are kind of like, okay, whatever's left in mid, we'll play it out.
Okay, the Lu Yu was picked up twice.
Yeah. Do they force a gold laner now? Do they force a selection of a gold lane? Could that be? I don't know if it's a good idea against Kelra. Kelra's amazing hero pool.
You have just such a hero pool that you can dip into here, man. Like I said, if they want to, maybe they could have gone to Clint, banned it out, but they'll go to Rafaela instead. So, you know, two of the heroes that we thought would be picked up, either that Matilda or the Rafaela, or at least the answers to each other, they actually get answered in the draft. There's the Clint. I called it. That Brody was picked up early on, so you might as well play range for range. Clint really helps with that. Again, these are like one of the two heroes too that usually gets picked up against a Melissa, if that's the case, and they still go with a traditional marksman. But this is also just really helpful because when you have a Brody paired up with a Harley, you know, your whole job is, let me get these marks off. You got that little stun that can come into, but then you have enough safe distance to try to stay away from getting, Wrath of the Dryad or having loot be in your face here if you're innocent. But even so, trying to stay away from Kyrie, man, is something that have to happen. A lot of people out there believe in Onyx going to 2-0 this. Well, SRG, I would say, has a game plan to make sure that doesn't happen.
Astana loves Onyx. Wow, Astana is Sonic City. Selangor Giants close off the draft with a Valentina and a Glue. So that mid lane ult stealer goes over to the other side. What does Onyx play in mid? What goes into the hands of Sans here?
Is he just going to go Farsa?
Yeah, mid-range is where SRG plays, so maybe, yeah, Farsa with Flicker. Okay, good read. Again, there's very little that can dive through the bodies that Onyx are dropping, especially with the additional one in the Eternal Guard. Great read. I'm usually skittish when it comes to Vexana's coming through, but for this one, I'm bullish. I'm all in, man. No hodl.
Don't you got no hodl here?
Full send it. Full send it.
She's going to full send the Eternal Guard, man. It's one of the things, though, I remember when it first popped up, the Vexana, a couple times back, even in the wildcard of MSC, we were wondering, what is the purpose of this? What is the logic here behind it, especially with the meta, the way it was forming? It makes sense. Again, being able to utilize the Eternal Guard's little kind of knock-up when he summoned down, and then, of course, her kit. And there's some decent poke, too. So the Vexana has really done a lot better over the course of time. But I'm going to lean... I know it's Onyx City out there in Astana, man, but I'm going to lean for SRG. Ooh. I need a game 3 here, Leo.
Okay, you could hope. But whenever a Vexana is picked in that spot, it's usually the kill shot. It's usually, we know, save for maybe the first couple of weeks in Paris, but later on, especially now, I don't think Coach Yeb or Coach Chewe would let this slide without it passing their vibe check and getting their permission. Going into game number 2, match point for Onyx. SRG have so much to catch up to. I don't know how they're going to find Sans. Or even yet better, Kelra, because Kelra invested in the Flicker. I'm afraid for SRG. None of them picked up Purify.
Oof. Well, Onyx doesn't have to worry about popping any Purifies, man. It's all up to the athletic Flicker, basically, for SRG. We're going to take a little breather here while they get things situated. Again, very important for this one. Best of 3 series. You're facing a match point right now if you're SRG. They want to go ahead and make sure that they have the best playing field. Again, a winner of this series goes to the grand final here tomorrow, which will be our one and only best of 5. Can't wait for that best of 5 to break through because, again, the nature of things change. When you go from, we've gone through it all, man. Best of 1s, we've had best of 2s before in other tournaments. Then you have the best of 3s, which we've been through all for games of the future. And then you get those best of 7s. Unfortunately, no best of 7, or no best of 7 here. It's just gonna be a best of 5 tomorrow.
Actually, as I push my glasses up close to my face, we haven't experienced everything, Joseph.
What have we not experienced? Best of 9?
Best of 9. We haven't experienced best of 9, which was done in a couple of seasons in the WSL, the Women's Star League in Indonesia. In an attempt to take down now Team Vitality, they tried to do best of 9s in the finals. Back into this one, though, conjecture out the window. Keyboy put down to a 5th of his health. Him and Humes can just do this forever, especially if Keyboy can punch someone after he gets his second skill going.
Okay, well, at least no one goes down. This is what we kind of expected, though. Like these first beginning exchanges in the mid lane. That doesn't happen here, so Turtle still a bit away, 30 seconds from now. But if we think about when these level 4s come online, and Stormy is able to go ahead and take one of the ultimates, there's a couple, I would say, there's room for him to most likely be the Wrath of the Dryad, but even take his own Eternal Guard. I think that can actually really help the crowd control for SRG if they want to go ahead and try to find, if it's Kelra. Again, once a Flicker is burned for Kelra, then maybe you can, that's how you catch him. And so it might be up to you to be like, okay, I got to go burn that Flicker from Kelra.
For sure. Speed is the name of the game for Selangor Giants. It's a very small window that they can actually do that. Massive Detna's welcome coming in. Throw him into the wall, Keyboy. Does survive it even after eating a deadly magics. But Humes ensures that the job is finished. Selangor Giants draw first blood and go straight to the Turtle. They're pushing Lutpi back. Again, I told you, Joseph, speed is the name of the game.
And that speed is in the form of a dinosaur right now. It's in the form of that Barrett's. And this is what we talked about. I mean, he didn't even have to burn the flicker there, but think about the distance again that a Barrett's can cover when Daytona's welcome, flicker combo. I don't know too many heroes that can get away from that unless they burn a battle spell, or at least they really try to dodge that. So that's something why I was saying, you know, these Barrett first side blue pick Barretts are so strong. They're so deadly. We saw Lutpi do this multiple times, so why not take a page out of the Book of Onyx? Here it is again.
One! No way! Dennis welcome out to the flicker, stuns 2 and takes him down as well. Selangor Giants are on a roll. And off of the back of a singular pick, you were just singing the praises of this duo, Joseph. Barats.
He just said, let me show you one and do it better than the last time, man. This time throwing it into an opponent to get the stun off. Onyx kind of shell-shocked right now, man. I feel like they don't have much of an answer.
Flicker forward, plus an Eternal Guard. Take that, Stormy. Did not get the respond. Athletic Flicker, not found. So I think Onyx is showing them that it takes 2 to tango. If you want to play hardball, I'm game. Comes in with a offensive forward Flicker. But I think that's one thing that shows Onyx learned their lesson. Maybe now they want to keep Sans at a safe distance. That second combo, that second double kill for Cram, well, for SRG, shouldn't have happened if Sans wasn't in the vicinity. So maybe protect yourself a little more, and then Onyx can find their footing.
Yeah, I'd like to take. I wish we could take a look at the items here too, just to see where the gold laners are at currently, because they've been in their own world as expected. You know, trying to get the best here before they start to pop off. You can see the Blade of Hephaestus already is secured by Innocent. I'm not sure what Kelra decided to go here on the Clint right away, but we will see as the second turtle is up. There we go. So he's got Endless Battle. So he finished that. Now they're going to fight for this turtle.
Yums on the conceal, looking to take the mount on the Sans. Turtle at less than half health right now. Sans still holding on to his ult. Kyrie looking for way in. Flicker!
Oh,
grab the Dryads coming through, but Uni still secures. Now a massive Detna's welcome, but plus the mount coming through. And Onyx looking for that re-engage. Keyboy eats a face full of deadly magic, still survives. SRG could not end him. And just like that, Onyx are able to at least keep it at deadlock despite being down almost 2K.
Yeah, that looked really dicey. Oh, up top. Okay, I thought they got really close to getting Cram there. And it was, you know, that was like a slow motion action movie right there. The Daytona's welcome was charged up. He went right for Kyrie, and Kyrie just iframed it on the Hirata to stay alive. But I think this is the difficult part, right? Lutpi and also Keyboy, they need to get tanky enough to kind of survive those interactions. Keyboy barely surviving. Again, on this Belric, your biggest strength is setting up with that Wrath of the Dryad, having that little taunt interaction too. But, you know, once that expended, you're kind of just hanging around, you know? So it's like, you need to be tanky enough.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it, I think that's one of the keys to SRG actually winning the first 5 minutes is they're basically locking Lutpi out of his main job, which is to block the Barats. Now in comes Onyx, they pop Yums, and Lutpi did it! Lutpi successfully did it, Joseph. He blocked 3. He was playing man-to-man defense on 3 men.
Yeah, this feels bad whenever every single time you see that Uranus in front of you and you're just like, how? How do we get past this galactic type of whatever he is, creature? You know, because he's just so tanky. He's so tanky, and at the same time, if you kind of spend too much time around him, you're going to take damage. Cram, get the taunt. Keyboy's up there. They just want to go ahead and keep this turret up. They'll do just that. But now Onyx, what they've been able to do is kind of stop the bleeding a little bit. Kyrie's going to get spotted out there, respecting what can happen. You look at the full pullback here from Kelra, though. He knows SRG's trying to make a move.
Kelra! Did he flicker or did we just ricochet that? He dodged it. Oh my lord, it's Kelra and Kyrie outdoing each other with mechanics.
Brother just bullied, man. I thought he burned the flicker too, and now third turtle's up.
So this is 2 turtles going over to SRG. One last could be up for grabs for Onyx. Lutpi again, man-to-man defense on 3 men.
Oh,
Turtle at about half Oh, Yum gets caught out. Eternal Guard and everything but the kitchen sink thrown at him. Kyrie looking to find Rage, and he does it! Secures the final turn, and now Stormy gets popped. Kyrie gets a stack. Onyx not done, pushing Innocent back. Oh, this Brody don't want none of this. He picks up the Sky Piercer. Could finish the job, has a couple of stacks on Keyboy. Does not press the torn apart memory. But Kyrie finds Uni after committing Grand Theft Orange. Oh, Kyrie is such a bad boy.
Such a dangerous man. I can already see the crowd waving their 2-0 signs right now for Onyx. Again, there's so many fans out there for Kyrie, and they're seeing him put on a show on the Sirada. Oh, up top though, Kelra.
Kelra gets mounted and hit with a torn apart memory, but off camera, we barely catch a couple of kills on SRG, the punish. Usually when a gold laner dies, it's no bueno, but this time, as they say in Kazakhstan, Rahmet, I'll take that deal any day, twice on Saturdays. Purple, secured at least by Yums. It went from worse to bad.
It did. I don't think you want that purple buff on Yums, man, but you know what? Maybe it can help them go ahead and set something up through this, because SRG, they're not too far behind. It's not the back foot that they're on. Backs aren't against the wall or anything like that, but Leo, it's reminding me of what we saw maybe a week or so ago with Kelra. The reaction times, I know he just died up there, but the reaction times are something that you always have to take note of. Whether he's flickering, whether he's just using the kit of the hero, it makes it so difficult to crash down on Kelra. And that's why SRG has to kind of commit a lot of resources to make sure that Kelra isn't there. He is starting to scale up here. He's got the Berserker's Fury and the Endless Battle now for that Clint.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the same issue with Sans. You have to consider, how do we find this main source of damage while still keeping our own essential kit for the re-engage? That's the problem SRG are dealing with right now. That's what put them about 2,000 gold behind. Onyx are first to the Lord pit. Lord at a third of its health. Cram looking for a good target. Lutpi on his tail. They're not allowing him to fight it. Oh, but they do get Kelra! Oh, poof, throws him into the wall. Stolen. Eternal Guard turns it around. Down goes the gold standard. Kyrie finds Cram. And Kyrie gets another stack. 404. That's not found. Kyrie looking to dodge around. Lutfi put down to 1/8 of his health. The mount on a Keyboy. Keyboy gets taken down by Innocent. And now they find sweet revenge on a Yums. Kyrie gets another stack. Make it 5. Onyx do stop Selangor Giants from turning it into a conversion. Lord still standing.
Yep, so they stall at the Lord here. A really good fight, though, honestly, for SRG until they had to deal with Kyrie. This is one of the things you usually see. When we've seen a fully stacked Hirata, it's because of the patience, right? The patience to be able to get stacks. Okay, Loot. Oh! Cutting it close.
Oh, he's fine. He's fine. Kelra flickers back. You won't get me twice, not in a minute. And Kyrie looking to take down Cram with the kind of burst that Kelra has, and those stacks should be possible, but yeah, they turn over to the Lord.
They go for the Lord. Let's see if they delay it.
Massive combo from Onyx. They take down 2. Yums and Cram take a nap as Kyrie is 1 away from the max Sky Piercer stacks. Oh, he's really bad now.
Oh, man, Leo. He's looking to be as bad as he can be, almost fully stacked. This is going to be a Lord take here, but this is the problem, man. Look at this again. Items fall in place. Lord secured. Lutpi will keep things together, and it's crazy because Lutpi, he's just got an Oracle Radiant Armor and Chastised Pauldron, but that's keeping him tanky enough to not die and just stay in the front side. I mean, we've seen him get relatively close to dying, but this is, you know, the Uranus is just kind of a hassle to deal with. Now, Cram, he's gotten some good Daytona's welcomes. They've gotten some decent fights for SRG, but the problem is not only getting through Lutpi, but trying to catch Kyrie. It's almost like they have to pay too much attention. Do we go for Kelra? Do we commit to Kelra, or do we commit to Kyrie? It's like choosing what you want to eat tonight, you know, and that's a big problem for SRG to get through.
Sounds like a first world problem, but it's not just that. They're also thinking about Sans. And all this while, there's this big, massive tree walking up, and whatever the hell Uranus is. Not to mention, he's the only Purify holder, which also, get this, gets rid of Brody's stacks. So even Innocent can't deal with Lutpi, even if he stood underneath his ult.
Yeah, really good clear here on the Lord, though, at least. We'll see if Onyx gets some tier 2 turrets. That might be all they get. SRG's playing really carefully just to not get caught. Their side of the jungle. They've got the waves pushing in, but they're really well handled. So maybe, again, silver lining in this, SRG doesn't have to lose too much off that lure take that Onyx got. It's more down to, again, a fight. They're going to just hold this orange buff hostage. It looks like Keyboy. Welcome.
Detna's welcome. Cram throws him right into the wall. Lutpi, though, happy to take it. Didn't even use the Purify. And Kyrie and the rest of Onyx punish him. Keyboy with the Dryads holds him down, but pays the price, falls alongside Suns. So, despite Onyx having really good footwork, they have to respect the damage SRG has. 3v4 Yums holding Kyrie and Kelra down, forcing him back. Yeah, Onyx have to find neutral again. They can't do it without Sans or Keyboy.
Yeah, they're going to have to back off here. That was really good positioning from Yums, though. You know, he waited patiently in that brush, saw an opening for Sans, went right to him. And so they were able to go ahead and split up. And that might be the kind of the game plan here for SRG as the fights break out, where, you know, someone's going to play this waiting game. Go from the back line, put pressure. Again, we mentioned this in the beginning of the game where it's like, all right, we have to pop the flicker from Kelra, or at least put enough pressure on Sans where the Eternal Guard might be dropped down early, so it can't be that setup that's been working for Onyx so well. So amidst it all, SRG keeps things kind of under control.
Interesting why Lutpi decided to pop the consecration there. I think he felt there was a fight about to break out. And I'm not sure if that Detna's welcome attempt was exposed to Onyx, but alas, both teams are just playing the map, clearing what needs to be cleared so that they're ready to dance.
With Lord being up, both teams getting in position. It looks like there was some pressure there towards Uni's buff just to see maybe if he could get the retribution out, but it doesn't happen. Oh, Cram.
Cram gets spotted out by Kyrie.
Oh, he doesn't have stacks.
No, he doesn't. He goes for Detna's welcome. No one home. He's a tiny little baby dinosaur. No! And he gets popped here. Kyrie. Max stacks making the most of it. Lutpi survives. Double ults. Deadly magic sand torn apart memory. SRG are down a man. They can't even contest. I'm not so sure this is a good idea, Joseph.
Oh, big stack.
Oh, they take down Patrick Star. This is no good, SpongeBob. And the Lord goes straight to Onyx side, putting him in a black and yellow jersey.
I don't know who I feel more bad for. Patrick Star, the glue, or just a small Barats without stacks, man. Feels like, you know, you almost feel bad for him trying to run away from Kyrie.
He was minuscule.
And 10-0-4 right now for the Hirana in the hands of Kyrie. Again, he wanted to put on a show for all the fans out there of Onyx. Well, Kyrie is doing just that. I don't know if they're going to go ahead and cap off this game with this Lord push, but SRG, oh, they got to be careful here.
Oh no, he's tiny again. Oh,
get stacks, Cram.
Yep, Onyx know that Cram needs to build up, so they're taking all of the chances to deny him the stacks. Here we go, he's catching up. He's a medium-sized Barats right now. It's a matter of holding it down. I think he's at max stacks as we speak. But again, time it out. He's starting to shrink. Look.
Yeah, he's got to get and Keyboy has been doing a good job at kind of keeping him away too from these minions, so he can maintain stacks. But as long as he hits the heroes too, it should be fine. But Lord is now down bottom. Keyboy with a conceal.
Oh, massive Eternal Guard. Down goes Yums. Cram here, approaching max stacks, still holding on to Detna's welcome. Turret down bottom has already been cracked, so there's pressure on their base. Lord still standing, wails away at the mid lane inhibitor a couple times. Sans forcing Uni back, point blank card trick. Onyx are taking it slow here. Stolen EG, help him push back, but Kelra takes it down quick.
I think they just want to get this turret, so another wave needs to be pushing in here. So right now, SRG does a pretty good job, I'd say. Now that they've dealt with 2 Lords being secured by Onyx, they only lose 1 base turret, so that's not bad. It's just the main thing of, again, not getting caught in this position where it converts to a couple kills to Onyx. They still don't have an answer for this fully stacked Kyrie Hirata. Oh, look at this positioning. Is Uni going to try to make a play?
Okay, so Detna's welcome, finds one. It's Keyboy, but Kyrie takes out Innocent first. And Kelra gets taken down. Cram finds his man, but Kyrie wants to finish the job. Finds Yoom, gets a double, and now San survives. Just like that, they're down to 2. Uni needs to go home to defend. Stormy, this is a lost cause. Kyrie finds him. Gets to, I can't believe it, 14 kills.
Oh,
14 kills on Kyrie right now. And I'm not sure Uni can defend.
Oh, another one. Leo, that looks like it's going to be it. Onyx will make it happen here. The fans in the crowd can cheer because it's going to be a sweep against SRG to get to the grand final once again for another shot at the championship of Games of the Future 2026.
One step closer to a rematch. Just like that. Onyx. What understanding of the metagame and their own playstyle too.
Yeah.
This is impressive.
Very impressive, man. Again, probably one of the best games, if not the best, that we've seen from Hirata. They're going to go ahead and just walk into the grand finals with a sweep. Not expecting that, but they're feeling pretty good about it too. And that was a really tough one for Selangor Red Giants. Again, GG's well played to them as they will go down to the 3rd place match tomorrow to see who they'll face up again. Again, smiles on the face for Onyx. You know, it was a good fight. I felt like it was a really good fight until you couldn't solve the problem of the Hirara fully stacked, and that's kind of what we've seen in this meta. But again, hopefully we get to hear some insights over on the panel later on. But for now, we are going to be taking it over to a quick break before we head on to our next match.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with a premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
And welcome back here. We're once again, we already know that our first grand final is here, and it's Team Onyx. I mean, the team hasn't lost a single map for entire tournament. And you guys know what? We have a great guest here, Kayla and Kyrie from Team Onyx. Welcome guys.
Hello. Thank you.
Congrats both of
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Welcome you guys. Welcome.
I mean, what was that? Unstoppable. You're not stopping anywhere, right?
Yeah.
Two of you, I mean, the whole team is going without losing anything at all till this point. And you only got one more game to win, and then you're there at the top.
Yes.
The finals. Right, that was a huge, I mean, this is an unstoppable team that we are talking about here. And of course, we got Kyrie and Kelrai right here. I mean, you've been going as a proper duo. You've been setting up, I mean, Kelra's been setting up the kills, getting ready for Kyrie to finish it off. I mean, that was a good move right there. And also, let me talk about the draft. I mean, Kyrie went with Hirara in the second one. But that was actually already planned because Uni took the Hirara in the first one.
Yeah, actually, I didn't do anything with the drafts. It was all our coach, and yeah, we're just there to play. Me and Kara are just there to play and do our best.
Great job, both of them.
Shout out to Onyx coach. Because of you, your players got into the grand finals. Congratulations once again. You guys were the return champions, and you guys are here to defend your title. Now I have a question to you, both of you guys. And I mean, Kyrie already said that he wants to see Aurora. What about you, Kayla?
Aurora, I want to see Aurora in grand finals.
You like to see Aurora as well? I have a random question. How to beat you guys?
You can ask Team Spirit. Yeah.
You can ask Team Spirit? I mean, they're all gone.
Oh, yeah.
But nonetheless, great job once again. Kara, is it your first time in Kazakhstan?
First time in Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Yeah, first time. How do you like it? How is the country for you?
I like the weather and food here in Kazakhstan. I really like it.
You really like it? That's awesome to hear. Awesome to hear. I mean, you guys showed your unstoppable play all around the world and coming back through, right? Who does the short calling during the game?
Sino shot caller?
Our shot caller is Sans and Keyboy.
Okay.
Sans and Keyboy? Nice, nice.
Shout out to Sans and Keyboy.
Shout out to Sans and Keyboy.
Of course, I mean, it's a team match. I mean, it's a team play at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But yeah, great performance, both of you. And you got anything else to check with them? I mean, we got the possible champions. I mean, you only got one more game to win, and you're up there with the trophy. But yeah, good luck for the next one.
Thank you so much.
for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Hopefully see you again tomorrow after we win.
Yes,
of
we're
course.
looking forward for
Any
that.
last words before you guys go to any Filipino fans out there, any SA fans out there?
Thank you for our fans here in Kazakhstan, and thank you for supporting us. Keep supporting us tomorrow.
Sounds good. That was Killer and Kyrie from Team Onyx. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys so much, and good luck tomorrow once again. Take care. Thank you very much for your time. That was Killer and Kyrie. Yeah, nonetheless, we got our first finalist here at the Jack Pajak Arena. Now we know who is going to play tomorrow for our grand trophy of $315,000 USD for the first place.
That's a big money, and I would say Onyx is this close to getting there and grabbing it. And in the meantime, we have the highlights up on the screen. We are seeing almost like 7 minutes. That was a very tight fight between both. I think for this one also, I mean, SRG went really hard initially. I mean, the first couple of minutes, and then Onyx actually took hold of the game around this time, as we are seeing on the screen, around 7 minutes, and then Onyx was on a roll going forward. I mean, I really like how Kyrie and Kelra actually played together. Like, that was a power duo, I would say. I mean, Kelra was setting up everything for Kyrie to finish off. I mean, Kelra, I believe the last time I checked, Kelra had around 6 or 7 at the minimum for the assist, and Kyrie, like, huge kill number as well. So I mean, we're gonna have the stats up on the screen, but while we watch highlights, I mean, you can see around 10 minutes Onyx is still going non-stop, right?
Yeah, I mean, the fight was non-stop. Selangors were showing the promising results. I mean, they were close to show Onyx the great game of MLBB, but unfortunately they are not going to be the finalists here. But they're not out. You know, they'll be playing. This is the first team who are gonna play tomorrow for the 3rd place at our beautiful Ejector Arena here in beautiful Astana. Yeah, now we see Onyx and Selangor. Like I said, Selangor, in my opinion, is the closest team to beat Onyx. And to be fair with you, if Selangor is now out, I honestly think Onyx has got it. To be honest, and we'll see how Aurora is going to play against the Bigatron by Vitality, but nonetheless, Onyx is now hard favorite to get the trophy.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, Kyrie was on a non-stop roll, just as the team itself, Onyx. I mean, they've been on a roll so far. I mean, as you can see, around 17-minute mark, they had almost double the kills compared to Selangor Red Giants, and that was a pure chaos right there, as you can see it on the map. And I mean, big shout out. And also, it's interesting to see that Lutfi actually stayed with Uranus for this game as well. They were asking, he didn't make any changes for this one, while Kyrie actually took Uni's hero, Hirata, for this one. But I mean, at the end of the day, Onyx won, and they are still unbeatable or unbeaten now. We still don't know because there's still one more game to go.
It's not even unbeatable. they can't lose a single map, man. And we see Kyrie with 15 kills, man. 15-0-4 at this game of MLBB. 15 kills at the. You're getting 15 kills on a game for the grand finals for $1 million. I mean, with this performance, I mean, you're more happy to do just enjoy. I mean, what can you do?
Of course, and Kelra, he did set up 10 assists for the team. I mean, that's commendable. Half of the kills, let's say. I mean, he had the assists for that. Great play by all of them, and also they've been shouting out for their teammates as well. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a team play, and the whole team played really well to get to that end of that game. But let's not forget, SRG really did put up a fight. They did their best to get out there and then somehow get to the end. But I mean, at the end of the day, as Steelborg always says, I mean, there can only be one winner, right?
There can be one winner, and honestly, losing actually was also beneficial because you're losing and getting experience and getting to know where it needs to be work and to be unbeatable, just like the team Onyx. I mean, if you want to be a great team like that, you need to first meet up with a couple of losses in order to be a champion. And the champion is our Freedom Bank for sponsoring this general tournament, and we appreciate them so much. Because of them, this whole MLBB wasn't possible, and thank you very much, Freedom, once again for making this possible. Moving forward, I mean, did you see this guy, Kyrie? He has 15 kills, 0 deaths, and 4 assists out of 20 kills. I mean, he's at 95% of kill participation. He missed only one single kill that he wasn't even assisting or getting a kill for. I mean, what an absolute Chad here, Kyrie. Also, in real life, he's a very calm and humble guy. An awesome performance here on the Kyrie and the whole Onyx squad. Moving forward, congratulations to them for making it to the grand finals. They're champions for the reason, and we'll see how they can defend their title here in beautiful country and the beautiful city of Astana, and we get to know that.
That's true. I mean, up next we got the Aurora versus Bigatron coming up next. That's the only thing that's left for today to see how that goes. As you can see, the picture is on the screen right now. We have the results for the first semifinals done now. We have Onyx scored against SRG. Onyx has won both of the games, and now we're going to be heading next to Aurora versus Bigatron. And of course, after that, we are heading to the finals tomorrow, the grand finals everybody's been waiting for. And also, we can see the fan base right here on the in the arena. I mean, today's been really alive, right? I mean, it's been chaotic on the play field. At the same time, it was very energetic and very high energy right here vibes in the arena.
100%. I mean, people are here to watch great games of Mobile Legends, and people here are just happy to see everything. And also shout out to Cast Sync for sponsoring physical digital fighting here also in beautiful Astana. It's in a different arena as well. Take a look. Thank you very much, Casting, for making this possible and sponsoring this event and making this tournament possible as well. And moving forward, I mean, now we have one finalist, we have one team who's gonna be at the third one, and as you were mentioning, Bigatron by Vitality, they came back yesterday. Came back yesterday. They lost first game to a team of Pro Esports.
Yeah.
And they pulled it off from game number 2 and 3. So we'll see if they can actually be a grand finalist.
Yeah. I mean, if you remember the first game yesterday with Bigatron and Pro Esports, that was a 20+ minutes match. I mean, that was also one long game that we had right there yesterday. They really fought really hard, and also that was a very critical fight because they got the first match, and then the Pro got the first match. Bigatron took the second, and of course then Bigatron finished it up, and then moving to the semifinals, that is for today. Really good game yesterday, I would say. I mean, they came really close for the first one, for the win with the Pro, but then they had Pro really had a lead too, but I mean, at the end of the day, third game, Bigatron just took it. Bigatron by Vitality, we are really excited to see how that's going to turn out today here at the semifinals, and if they are really going to make their way to the finals tomorrow. And of course, Aurora, if Aurora wins, I mean, we are repeating the same pattern that we had last year for 2025 Games of the Future. We're going to be basically copy-pasting the finals for this year of the Games of the Future from 2025. Do you think that's going to happen?
No, not copy-paste yet, because we don't know if the Aurora is going to win, because Aurora were also in the break of elimination against Team Falcons, and Team Falcons got a good fight. Even Aurora wins this the match, right? The next is going to be Aurora against Onyx, and I mean the team, we got Pago saying twice that he wants to meet them specifically, and they wants to be 3-0 sweep. I honestly don't think so, but we'll definitely see how it's going to know. How it's going to end up. I mean, we definitely get to see Vitality as well. I mean, as game progresses, they played it well. Bigatron by Vitality, and we'll get to see how are they ready to surprise us and surprise everybody and surprise Aurora, and can they actually win Aurora?
Yes, true. And looking at yesterday games, even Aurora had probably the longest game that we have had in this tournament. I mean, their third match against the Falcons yesterday, we were looking at a 27-minute match yesterday, 27-minute game. I mean, that was long. That was really long. I mean, that was fought between both of the teams really well. But I mean, that match, Sigibam took the MVP, and but they had a really good lead when it came to the win on the third match yesterday, where Aurora actually took the win with a 21-10 score. But that was a good lead, but that went way too long, right?
I mean, it takes forever because they're here playing for the $1 million, and they're here to win and do their best. I mean, unfortunately, Falcons are out and Pro Esports are out, and they're not getting, they're not having the same chance that the team of SRG is having right now at the moment. Yes, they are out, but they're not eliminated from the tournament yet because they'll be playing tomorrow for the third game. And we have a wonderful video about getting to know a little bit more of the teams, and let's get to introduce each other.
The Games of the Future are a very challenging ordeal. It is a competition aimed at evaluating performance both at the digital and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though, we have gathered our athletes to take a quick break at Bowersock, a delicious fried dough snack that is often enjoyed in the Central Asian region. What do our athletes think about it?
영어로 할래. Yummy. Yummy. 오. 진짜 맛있다.
Fluffy inside or fried?
We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's move on to Gent. It is a sweet dish made from roasted millet, butter, and sugar. This yummy snack usually cooked on holidays and special occasions.
It is very good.
Man, this dish is absolutely enjoyed by everyone who tried it. Now, our participants will try out Court. dry, hard cheese, often formed into balls or chunks. Let's check out these reactions.
You're very strong, man. It's very fried as well.
These reactions were absolutely awesome. Let's move on to Kuimus. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented mare's milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Pour me up 5 glasses. I'm trying to get wasted.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't even have water.
What do you say?
Asbulsen.
I would say that was a very cool video that we just watched there. I mean, the teams were trying out traditional food and drinks. I mean, that was really cool. And we are feeling thirsty and hungry at the moment watching that. But that was very interesting to see the reactions, as they said, as we saw. But again, up next, coming up is Aurora versus Bigatron by Vitality. So, and make sure you get all these details of the teams and the match and the schedules. Make sure you check out our official website. It's right up there on the screen, astana2026.gofuture.game. Do not forget to check that website out, because we are nearing to the final games of all the disciplines that remains here in the Games of Future 2026 here in Astana. But let's do not forget, I mean, there is one guy that we actually forgot to mention, or I don't know, TNZ from Aurora. I mean, what a performance he have had so far, right?
Yeah,
Killer performance.
TNZ is always there on top of the killing scoreboards. He's always there, true killer in a game, of course.
Yeah.
In a game of MLBB. He's been playing phenomenally.
Yes.
I mean, he's been doing great and amazing. We'll see how he's going to do against the team of Bigatron by Vitality, and we'll see if his streak continues and if he's good to do the same way against Team Onyx. And we see here Lunar, TNZ, Rosa, Pagu, and Sigibom. Yesterday we got Pagu twice. No, not only yesterday, day after before as well. On a day 1 and day 2, he's been giving all the interview. I've seen Rosa a lot also lately. Doing a job from the backside, and he was doing very well actually.
True. And also, I'm also looking forward to see how Sigibon performs today as well, because he grabbed 2 MVPs yesterday in one single day for the first map and the third map yesterday that they played with FLC, the Falcons. But we have the team roster right here. Bigatron by Vitality on the screen now. Shogun, Nail actually got the MVP yesterday as well, and Iman, Finn, and Moreno. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the next match is going to go. But of course, this wouldn't be possible without Freedom. I mean, we are all enjoying MLBB here in Astana for Games of the Future, presented by Freedom, this specific discipline. So do not forget to just give them a shout out for all these things, everything, making all these things happen. But yeah, Bigatron versus Aurora up next, coming up. I mean, the players are getting ready, everybody, the referees are getting ready, the stage is getting ready, even the audience is tightened on their seats. I mean, we are having quite some audience here today.
Yeah, man, it's a great audience, it's a great game, it's a great people here, everybody at MLBB's discipline, at the Game of the Future here in beautiful Astana. It's just, we're all thrilled to experience what's going to happen and who's going to join the team of Onyx at the grand finals, and who's going to join the team of SLRG for the 3rd place here. We'll definitely take a look. I mean, everybody's thinking it's from my experience, everybody's thinking Aurora is going to do there, and we'll be seeing the finals of the last year. But we are in the 2026. This is not 2025, you guys, and we'll see how Bigatron by Vitality can surprise us, surprise people, and maybe we may get to see 3 games in total, and maybe they're gonna lose the first game just like they did before, and they're gonna come back on the game number 2 and game number 3. And that all we can watch on the Phygital Games, guys. And the Phygital-plus.com, you can see everything. All the games there is. There might be all the disciplines there is. There could be Dota, there could be CS, there could be basketball, football, what is it called? Digital shooting, the fighting, the dance, everything is over there. Everything is available. Check it out and stay tuned.
Yeah, I mean, up next we will be having Aurora and Bigatron facing each other in a bit. Let's take a quick look at what happened yesterday with each of the teams winning their games, their maps yesterday and coming into the semifinals. We had Aurora facing Falcons yesterday. They went through 3 maps. The first one was a clean win. I wouldn't say clean, but a good lead win against Falcons at 14-6. And the second one was really close, I would say, 4-6. And Falcons had to take the second one. But Aurora actually grabbed it on the third match with a 27-minute long match, scoring 21 kills against Falcons with 10 kills. And quickly looking at Bigatron's performance yesterday against Pro Esports, the first game went 10-15, which was very close, to be honest. And for the game 2, I mean, huge lead for Pro with 16 kills against 5 for Bigatron. But then Bigatron came back and grabbed the final win, the third win on the game's best of 3. They got a huge lead for Bigatron. The third game was 16 against 3 for Pro Esports. I mean, with Nail taking the MVP for that game as well. So I think towards the end, as we see both the teams, third game, they actually grabbed it in a very huge way, with Aurora actually pushing the game to 27 minutes. And I mean, at the end, Falcons actually went against Aurora. They went for a purple buff steal, but I mean, they really got punished at the end, and Aurora took the win. But we are yet to see, because we are looking at 2 very strong teams going against each other head-to-head at this arena up next. So interesting, and we are really thrilled to see who's going to go into the finals, right? And of course, let's not forget, make sure you check the Center Credit online banking app. Download that, because making your life finances, your personal finances easier with the banking app, Center Credit. Let's give a big shout out to Center Credit. We have the QR code up on the screen to make it easier. Make sure you scan that, download the app, and go ahead, use your finances wisely. And yeah, up next, we're going to find out who's going to win, right?
Yeah, I think you're already more leaning towards the Aurora gaming, I would say. I would like to see close game. I would like to see three matches, and hopefully they're going to be tight to each other, just like the games they played before in the day 2, because there was close between Pro Esports and the team that they were playing before, and there will be interesting to take a look how Aurora is going to, because Aurora were facing Falcons. That wasn't close per series, I would say. Definitely we'll see how they're gonna do. And I would like to also mention for you guys to get your tickets at Freedom Tickets on. There's a QR code, and again, Freedom, thank you very much for making everybody's life easier with their tickets, and thank you very much for sponsoring this tickets, and make sure everybody to get tickets before we're getting out of the tickets, because there's going to be the last 2 days here at beautiful Jack Pajak Arena. Moving forward, there is a different changes now in the drafts. There's more difference. I get to see Melissa is getting banned lately. Valentina is up there as well at the top of the leaderboards on Heroes. Baratza, now it's the third. It was the first one. Now the Harley's on the fourth, and Beleric got into top 5 of the pickable heroes.
Wow, that's the top metas for at the moment.
At the moment here at the Game of the Future. Yes, at the Game of the Future, yes. And surprisingly, Valentina with the 12 wins and 18 losses, so meaning 40% of win rate. But it's the top 2 hero and most pickable hero here. I kind of don't understand that, because the hero has been losing more than winning, but the teams think differently. And they've been picking Valentina often. Also, like to point out on Beleric, because Beleric has 9 wins and 15 losses, so meaning 37% of win rate. Nonetheless, I would like to also mention our partner, beautiful Swen. Thank you very much, Swen, for gifting our finalists. So Onyx now is going to receive gifts from the Swen, the beautiful premium audio headsets and the sets overall. Thank you very much, Sven, for doing that, and you guys are awesome. Thank you very much once again, and
great job with the partners as well. I mean, we are all waiting to see what's going to happen. There is also one player which I really would love to see how he performs. Iman from Bigatron. I mean, he was the MVP for the second game. And also the third game, he was a big part because towards the end, he was the one who actually went for the crystal at the base. When I mean, it is of course a team play. I mean, everybody else did the setup, but Iman actually went back to back for the crystal and finished it up in the last final map of yesterday for Bigatron against Pro Esports. So
100%. I mean, Iman, I've seen people were having their banners and their notes on Iman and supporting actually Iman. There were so many fans of Iman personally. And yesterday, I would like to also point out Moreno. Moreno was playing phenomenally. He was actually popping off as well as TNZ. So we'll definitely see the matchup between TNZ and Moreno. It would be interesting to take a look at. So on the heroes part, I mean, Harley and Melissa still are at 63% of win rate. There have been 17 wins and 10 losses for Harley, and 20 wins and 11 losses for Melissa. So people started to ban Melissa nowadays. I've noticed that personally. Watching the games itself, the draft itself, people are starting to ban Melissa more and start to not giving Melissa right away, because we've seen teams picking Melissa as the first pick, and people couldn't really make a proper counter against Melissa.
True, and of course, before we jump into the next game, we have a cool video about and with Aurora Gaming. Let's take a look at that and get to know the team better.
We're still at the Games of the Future, and now it's time to meet a team that's become one of the biggest names in the cyber sports field over the past few years. Aurora Gaming is known for their aggressive playstyle, insane team fights, and the ability to turn even the toughest games around. The roster brings together experienced players from Southeast Asia, and they've already proved they can compete with the best teams in the world. Whether it's a regional league or an international stage, Aurora always comes ready to fight. Today, we've got a chance to ask the guys a couple of questions and find out what's going on behind the screens. Let's see what they have to say.
I'm Lunar from Aurora Gaming.
Welcome to the Games of the Future. How would you describe Aurora Gaming in one word?
Aggressive.
That's impressive. Next, the hero that represents you?
Benedetta. She's like solo. She's like solo, yeah.
Interesting. That teammate you would trust in a 1v5 situation?
In a 1v5 situation, I would trust Pago for sure.
So, we have a shoulder to rely on. That's awesome! What is your biggest strength as a player?
Aggressiveness.
That's so cool. Name one team you always want to beat.
Right, currently Onyx Indonesia, because they beat us last MSC.
They better be aware. And when you face a strong opponent, do you focus more on their weaknesses or on improving your own game?
No, when we are facing good enemy, we're just playing normal. We don't care who the enemy is.
We see you guys are tough. What is the hardest challenge a professional player has to overcome that fans don't see?
I think the hardest part is not the gameplay, the mental part. Like maintaining your mentality is the hardest part.
Thanks for the answer. Finally, do you have a message to Aurora fans around the world?
Thanks for all of the Aurora fans that's supporting us. Keep supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. As we can see, Aurora Gaming did not come here to lose. The team is a true example of dedication and fierce spirit. Let's see where it will take them. Good luck to Aurora team.
That was Aurora Gaming for you right there, and we were having some Q&A with Luna from Aurora Gaming. I mean, interesting to see their perspectives as well. And twice he mentioned about aggressiveness, I mean, as a strength of the team and also him as a player. So I think the whole team is going to be very aggressive. I mean, if they ever get to, I mean, we are actually going to the next game with Aurora. I mean, we're gonna see a lot of aggressiveness in the next game, possibly.
Yeah, definitely. Like, the key point what he was saying is about the player of like the question was who does he trust the most on the team, and in the hardest situation he trusts Pago. So the Pago yesterday, he was actually playing phenomenally on Matilda, and after his performance people started to pick Matilda more and actually getting wins on Matilda. So maybe Pago actually showed couple strats on Matilda per se, and that way people started to enforce her over, and it would be interesting to see if Pago is going to play Matilda again, and or the other team, opposite team, is going to ban Matilda. I mean,
Yeah.
Bigatron by Vitality. Maybe they're just gonna ban the Paguas Matilda.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, we can't say which one is going to come up. I mean, this all depends on how they are planning, plus how the other team is forcing them to pick certain heroes or not to pick certain heroes. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that's going to come about. And also there was this question that asked with Luna, like, what's the toughest part of any game? So he answered, I mean, I think that really resonates with everyone. Like, it's being calm in those really stressful situations during the game. I mean, that's not easy as a pro player, is it? I mean, as a coach, you know that better.
For sure. And also, I'd like to point out his point. He said that he mentioned that he doesn't really care. No, not he. The whole team doesn't really care who their opponent is, and they'll just play normal. So if they say that, all right, but what about if you guys are playing against Onyx? Because you guys kind of care to play against Onyx, right? We'll definitely see if they will manage to get to play against Onyx or not, because if they would like to see Onyx, they have to. They absolutely must to win this series today, and we'll see if they can manage to win the Bigatron by Vitality or not.
That's true. The next drafting is going to be a very crucial part of how the play is going to come about, but it's not limited to that too. I mean, drafting is a huge part of any game, and deciding how any games go forward against a certain other opponent. But at the same time, drafting is one part, but at the same time, the heroes that they pick and then the players, how they play with those heroes, how they use them to their advantage is another story as well. So I think it has to be very conjunctional. They have to work hand in hand about the picking, the banning, the draft phase, and also on the map, how do they play and use their I mean, abilities, and how they use their certain heroes and their strengths to on the map. So let's see how it goes. But let's not forget, we got one more team actually we have to get to know, which is the other team, Bigatron by Vitality. We have a cool video for us to check out. Let's look at it.
We are coming to you live from the most exciting event of the year, the Games of the Future. After joining forces with one of the world's most recognizable esports organizations, Bigatron by Vitality has entered a new chapter. Often abbreviated to BTR, Bigatron has already competed at top-level tournaments like MLBB Mid-Season Cup and MPL Indonesia. At the Games of the Future 2026 in Astana, we spoke with the team about what this partnership means, the rivals who bring out their best, and the people who support them behind the scenes. Could you please introduce yourselves?
Hello, my name is Shogun. I'm the explainer of Bigatron by Vitality.
Bigatron and Vitality are two iconic names in esports. What does representing both organizations mean to you?
For me, I'm proud to be the part of that team like Vitality and Bigatron, and looking forward to winning the competition, I think.
How has joining the Vitality family changed the team, both inside and outside the game?
Maybe inside, not changed that much. Like, we just do the things like usual, but in outside, I think the fans come growing into our community like that, and it's very kind, the communities.
Which team always pushes you to play your absolute best?
I think for me, Aurora Gaming from Turkey.
Does your family know that you're participating? Do they support you?
Yes, they know, and they will pray for me. I hope so.
Do you spend all your time playing games, or are you doing something else?
For now, I'm doing college too, like side job. I think like I'm being a pro player, and then I'm just do the college also.
From representing two legendary esports brands to chasing success on the international stage, Bigatron by Vitality is determined to make its mark at the Games of the Future. With strong support from their fans and families, the team is focused not only on winning matches, but also on continuing to grow as players and as ambassadors for esports.
And thank you very much. That was a beautiful video about the team overall, Bigatron by Vitality. We got a Shogun?
Shogun,
Yesterday, he was actually saying that he would like to fight anybody, and on the video, he actually mentioned that he'd like to meet and see Aurora Gaming, right? And now he got his wish. He got his wish here at the semifinals at the Game of the Future here in beautiful Astana 2026. We'll definitely take a look how he's going to do, because the opponent is really rough. It's not going to be an easy fight, but they definitely can make a surprising moments here from the Bigatron by Team Vitality. And also this is going to be two different regions. Europe and Asia will be fighting toe-to-toe against each other. It would be cool and interesting to take a look how they can do, and maybe they can surprise everybody and actually come into the grand finals here in beautiful Astana. We'll definitely see. Before the video, you're mentioning about we were talking about the coaches, whatnot, the drafts.
Yeah.
I want to pinpoint one thing. When we had two players from the team Onyx just now, Kyrie and Kelra, did you hear what did they say? Oh, we don't care. We just play our game. That's it. You know, we're not worrying about the draft. So that's what it's supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be, though. So like the players, they shouldn't be worrying about the draft per se.
Yeah.
That's more coach's job to work it out. And I mean, once again, shout out to Onyx coach for making his team reasoning why they were champions last year and making them again here at the grand finals here in beautiful Astana. We'll definitely take a look how the Bigatron's coach is going to draft, and if he has any, I'm pretty sure he should have proper preparation done against the Team Aurora, and we'll definitely take a look how they're gonna do the drafting part.
Sure. I mean, as we saw in the last game also, they actually changed the whole strategy when it came to the second game. I mean, especially the SRG after the first loss. I mean, when they came to the second game, they made changes in that. They were more of a scaling identity during the first drafting, but then for the second drafting, they went towards more of an explosive hero picks. But again, when you come to the Onyx side, how they went is they grabbed some of the heroes that SRG picked in the first game. I mean, especially from Uni. I mean, Hirara, Kyrie took Hirara, and then a few other one as well. Beleric was taken by Onyx for the second game. So we are yet to see how that's going to be unfolding here for the next one, Aurora versus Bigatron, because both of the teams are really confident, both of the teams are really aggressive. So we are yet to see how this is going to turn out. We had both the teams up here before, and strong players. I mean, all of the players, Aurora, we got Rosa, Pagu, TNZ, Sigibum, Lunar, and TNZ is going to be a huge challenge for Bigatron. But again, not to say Bigatron is not a small team. I mean, they have got the skills, they have got the capability, so we cannot say it's going to be a threat, but definitely both teams pose challenge to each other. And looking at Bigatron, we got Moreno, Iman, Finn, Nile, and Shogun. Shogun we just saw on the video about his thoughts. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. I think we're going to have a long game, at least one map, or I hope so. I really would love to see, because both of these teams took the maps really long yesterday. I mean, when Aurora played against Falcons and also Bigatron played against Pro Esports, we saw two games, one with 27 minutes with the Aurora's game and more than 20 minutes with Bigatron as well. So when these two teams collide with each other, we are yet to see how long the map is going to last, or if that's even going to be quicker. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know yet, because we're actually getting to the players getting there and setting out their booth and everything. Meanwhile, we are hearing there's so many noises here in beautiful Jack Arena. People are getting ready. The fans are getting ready, and as you can see here at the virtual arena, everybody is full, just like us. And it'd be interesting to take a look how we're gonna see the games.
Yep, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next one. So we are very near to it, as you can see, and you can hear. You are possibly going to be witnessing one semi-finals for today, because this is going to decide who are going to face with each other for the grand finals that's coming up tomorrow. So up next, we got Aurora versus Bigatron. And we're going to be moving to the casters pretty soon. We got two awesome casters today, Leo and Niso up next, coming up very soon to you. And let's get to do the game, casters, gentlemen. Take it away.
harmony between worlds rests on a fragile balance. Legends of the Great Step tell of the sun-headed man who helped maintaining the connection between the worlds for centuries. But sometimes, the very nature of existence disrupts the natural order of things. When the ancient power left the sun-headed man, the balance shifted.
Attention. Massive energy surge detected.
The energy within the sun-headed man's artifact has awakened.
So, the chosen ones are already there?
Newbies without a guide. Then it's time to meet them. Someone's got to get them up to speed.
Look what my robot can do.
Not now. I'm playing.
In search of those destined to restore the lost harmony, the energy split into 3 parts.
Hey, I'm one of the guardians of balance between the worlds. When the ancient power awakened in Kazakhstan, it chose you. You're the ones who can restore the sun-headed man's power and bring the worlds back into harmony. Guess even ancient powers can surprise you. Looks like the squad's finally complete. But until the sun-headed man is fully charged, the 2 worlds will keep drifting apart. So no pressure, but we're counting on you.
And so began the story of the new heroes. Ahead of them lay the greatest challenge of all, the games of the future in Astana.
What an electrifying walkout here for our last match of the day. It's the last semi-final best of 3 between Aurora Gaming and Bigatron by Vitality. Hopefully we get a full series here for this one. Again, it's me, Naisu, joined here with Leo, coming at you guys live through satellite or some way. But hey, big shout outs to everyone watching in the venue. It's been so good up to this point. I wish we got 3 games in the last series, Leo, but you know what? Onic moves forward, waiting in the grand final. And will we potentially see a rematch if Aurora Gaming ends up beating Bigatron by Vitality here?
Hey, if the Bigot Troopers get their way, history will not repeat itself. And this young man on screen right now, Shogun, I love that heartfelt interview that we went through prior to this match starting. Nothing much has changed when it comes to his play. If anything, it's the fact that he's part of Bigatron by Vitality that encouraged him so much to be the best, not just in the Land of Dawn, but in his studies as well. You gotta give kudos to that. But he's facing off against the man, the myth, the legend, Robert Neil Midnight de Guzman. You know him worldwide as an MPL caster, but as well as the coach of Aurora, who's taking the team to heights they've never been before. Tell me, Joseph, has Aurora been this hot ever in the history of their run?
That's a great question, man. You know, I was going to say, well, if you think about it, you know, they made it to the grand finals last year for Games of the Future. But yes, I feel like this is a built diff Aurora Gaming that we've seen, not only here, but just, you know, even a couple week and a half ago or so. And there's something about it. I mean, again, when we were introduced, I think it was this time around last year, to Pagu in this lineup of Aurora Gaming, it already felt different. But now you also bring in, yes, Coach Midnight, who brought some masterful drafts to play, all right? And we've seen teams kind of adapt to what he's brought to the forefront. Also, who he's played against with this team with Aurora Gaming and what they've accomplished and who they've defeated, I think is a big enough statement to say that, hey, this is a different Aurora Gaming, but they look damn good, you know? And so for Bigatron by Vitality, I would say this is the task for them. The obstacle for them is getting past this first draft once we are about to jump into it and making sure that they come up with a game plan here.
Joseph, you mentioned the D word, the draft. That alone is quite the task to be able to get these gentlemen to a point wherein, you know, the formerly known final boss of MSC, you put them in a equal footing. Because here's the thing, right? Storytelling, set up to this best of 3. Who even has the advantage? Usually when you go into a match, it's rarely 50-50. It's rarely, you know, down the wire. But who do you think here is the de facto boss and who's the challenger? Who's the usurper?
Oh, in this matchup?
Right? Yeah, because Aurora has the rights to the finals. They have been there. But BTR, this is their championship season. After years of clawing for the MPL ID crown, now they have it on their heads.
Yeah,
is this their chance? Is this their time in the sun?
Man, that's such a good debate to throw out there because, again, I don't even want to use the phrase like raid boss or anyone. You know, I feel like that's been thrown around too much, but you're exactly right. You know, Daniel, Aurora Gaming has been to the grand final before. I think even a lot of people thought that their movements or their placeholder would have been the grand finals over in Paris, but that wasn't the case, you know? And so for Bigatron by Vitality, being champions of their own region, going through a crazy gauntlet themselves not too long ago, and now up to this point, it all starts here. And it's crazy because you only have potentially 3 games to make that debate final. You know, so it starts here. Draft game number 1. We've already got some of the bands that we're used to seeing. There is a slight change up from our last series, of course. You're going to have this Fanny being taken out, and my goodness, you might as well, because yesterday Niall was able to move and groove all over the place on the Fanny pick. Harara is going to be banned out. The Freya. We'll see if they want to let the Barretts go. Some teams have obviously done that, but I don't know if you want to do that and let it go in the hands of Lunar, because he's probably one of the other most successful Barrett's XP laners so far.
Yeah, when you're naming like top 3 Barrett's users in the world right now, you're thinking Lunar, Shogun, Kid Bomba. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
Right? So now we have just one more left. There's the Barats. Okay. So they understood. Again, it makes sense. Our voices are being blasted in the stadium. Open picks, Belleric. You go first pick Belleric?
I think, maybe Melissa, man.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe Melissa. Give that to Siggy Boom. like, I think that might be where we are now, where it's like, if these are the bans, you got to take Melissa. They don't. They take the Paquito, which it can go in the hands of Sigiboom. This can. We actually saw him already play this, so it's like it can go there.
Yes, it can. Especially if you first pick or early pick a Paquito in this case, you're able to take control of, let's say, the mind games in the draft, because it's an amazing flex. Jungle, gold, XP. Might even throw him in a nice little sandwich, and that'll work out for Paquito. Bigatron, though, again, the aforementioned Belleric and Melissa. I would do it. I would go Belleric, Melissa. Why not? Or if it tickles your fancy, an early Esmeralda. Why not?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. They don't do either. Wow. Okay. Nile diff. Earlier we had a Kyrie diff. Now we got Nile diff, man. Nile diff, TNZ diff. They're sitting side by side. They're cheering for different junglers.
Must be an odd ride home. Here we go. Aurora Gaming, they pick up the Belleric. We hyped it up so much, we forgot that, the maestros, Selena, is still out there. And, of course, Nanael's Nolan, the burstiest of all burst heroes in the game. What do? Do you answer with a mid pick already? There's really no one safe to clear out those bushes. Do they go Uranus? No, Uranus isn't as high of a pick here because the Barat has already been picked
He's banned out as well, yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, of course, right.
Yep.
How do you clear out those traps?
You're going to have one of the tanky dudes to be able to do it. Unless, there's a different way. I don't know. Could be a different approach, but right now, they're just going to go ahead and grab themselves the Melissa. You picked this out, but you thought it'd be on the other side. But yes, like you said, you got to respect what Bigatron by Vitality has showed us so far.
Hey, if there's anything I know about Midnight, it is all about optimization. Hey, you left two of the strongest picks on the board. We'll take it. How does Bigatron by Vitality close out? Red 3.
You take your roam?
How do they answer the Mel? You need someone to dive the Mel.
Yeah.
Or is Selena enough?
Selena might help. Okay, based on what we saw yesterday, the hands of the Maestro, they went with this. It looks a little bit different because the Fanny was banned out, but this is kind of what they had too, right? They had Moreno with the Selena. You already had the Claude go in the hands of Emon, but instead of the Nolan, it was actually a Fanny, but that being banned out. Plus, they had a Uranus. That's the other thing. Uranus got a Concha, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Ganaconcha also gets banned out from Aurora Gaming, just to kind of cover that base, because they do need now a tankier kind of front line to help this all come together if you're Bigatron by Vitality.
Yeah, and Coach K-Dot has also taken out frontline options. I think he's not so worried about that, especially since they do get whatever's left in the pickings on Red 4. Aurora Gaming, though, again, you mentioned Gatot Kacha. Who else is like a frontliner? Hylos. We're mentioning Revitalize roamers. Belleric is one of them too. Like, you could do that. Or there's someone who could dive the Melissa. Get that out of here. The glue. A flicker glue who would, take T-2 seconds to mount Sigiboom here if ever he does find the chance.
Yeah. I think of the other thing. Well, the Raphael is gone. It's Bigatron that bans that out. Was going to say we've already seen the Minotaur. They decided to ban that out. So I don't know what's left that they want to go with. We did see, again, Matilda do a whole lot. I'm not sure if that's where Finn wants to go again to bring out the Matilda. The Esmeralda will get banned out because they know they're playing with shields. So yeah, I don't think if it's grabbed here, Aurora, do they plan to take a Matilda here? I think both teams are kind of eyeing the Matilda.
Mid Matilda for Aurora.
Maybe
BTR
mid, yeah.
By Vit, yeah, we'll go roam. Matilda. Coach K-Dot now. Ball's in his court.
Oh, wait, I guess there's still Valentina for Rosa, too.
Yeah, which I think should be fine. He picks up a Circling Eagle. There's the Matilda. I think it was safer for BTR because, sure, whatever. Rosa does play a mid Rafaela, but I think that's a special case. A mid Matilda, I can count in one hand. Not because my other arm's broken, but in one hand, how many people play mid Matilda, right? So maybe not.
Leave it to Aurora though to be on that hand.
Technically,
after what we've seen, I don't know.
If they Valentina, then they can still do that, right? Technically,
that's true.
Like
cosplay.
Half the time. Yeah.
That might be the case. Now that the Matilda's brought up, I kind of expect just, yeah, Valentina. What else do they need? They still, we need to see a XP lane. Okay, it's going to be the Ruby. Ruby comes through. There's Valentina. All right, so that's the plan there.
Saw that a mile away.
Yeah, I saw it too. Okay, Nile.
We still need an XP laner.
Yep, XP laner.
Show it up, Shogun. What you got? He's facing up against the Ruby. They know.
Yeah, the Ruby, yep.
So they know.
What does he want to play against a Ruby? We've seen... Yeah, maybe Phoveus. You wouldn't want to pick Sora here, right? I mean, Sora's open.
No, the Valentina, bro. He's going to eaten alive by the Valentina.
Yeah, but maybe that makes it harder to go ahead and choose either Shifting Skies or the Circling Eagle. I'm not sure, but what else does he have? There's so many XP laners actually banned out.
Phoveus is the only one.
Yeah, Phoveus might be the only one.
Makes sense. And again, it's another kind of easy proc way to get to the Melissa. There it is.
Yeah. All right, the Phoveus. So I don't know, man. Both lineups are really good. Phoveus, though, popped up, I think only... I can only count that on one hand, too. I think it's only 3 times. This might be the 4th time that the Phoveus comes through.
Maybe a total of like 10 times, even getting, games from Paris. So that's how hard the Phoveus fell off.
Yeah, he just fell into the dirt, but... I don't know. This could work just because, again, what we saw previously from teams that have drafted in the Matilda, it extends these fights and kind of gives you a lot of avenues to move around with. I think that's one of the upper hands of the Matilda and why we see some teams go ahead and prioritize that. Now, with Valentina in the hands of Rosa, I will say, probably the best Valentina we've seen so far throughout the tournament. Very fancy with what ultimates are stolen and how they're utilized, actually, in the hands of Rosa. So you guys can let us know too who you think's going to get the upper hand here. We're jumping into the Land of Dawn. It's game 1 in this semifinal match between Aurora Gaming and Bigatron by Vitality. Again, the team that wins this will move forward to face Onyx in the grand final, and the team that loses will play in the 3rd place match.
I love the stories for both teams coming in as this bout. Again, Aurora Gaming holding on to that final boss status out of MSC, despite dropping in the top 8. There's still a team to be feared, reaching new peaks. While BTR, they're still trying to, bask in that glow of their championship season. First across the river will be BTR Vitality. You can see just the priority Matilda gets, despite, in my opinion, BTR being a little slower on the uptake because their side lanes are kind of difficult to work on. It's the mid that they have priority over. At least they can rest their laurels on that. Oh wait, Moreno finds Rosa, forces a flicker out. I call that a technical knockout.
Yeah, that's good. This is what you kind of expect, Leo. If you just get a battle spell out before that first turtle, I think that's, value that you can't deny. They do get that out of Rosa, which, again, not having it doesn't mean that we won't see Aurora Gaming contest for the first turtle. It's one of the things, you just get the level 4. You might be able to go ahead and get some good usage out of an ultimate. But one thing, too, is Moreno, man, with the arrows. This is why we have talked about just how good he is on the Selena. Such a maestro, literally, with the Selena. And we saw it, yesterday, man. It just seemed like he was making these crazy angle shots with the Abyssal Arrow, which then just allowed Nile to kind of swoop in and make it happen, So hopefully there's a plan here for Aurora.
You're talking about the young 20-year-old Marcel Juan Moreno Sinolunga. As early as 2023, we've seen him, punch way above his weight class, at least in terms of the Indonesian realm of MOBB. But now he's on a world tour. But as we were, speaking his praise, Aurora just snuck that turtle through. Tienzi gets it. Shogun with the flicker coming in, engages.
Whoa.
That is a by Rosa. He's in too deep. Bigatron draws first blood.
I don't know if Rosa meant to go ahead and just do that or wanted to try to potentially survive with the stolen Circling Eagle, but not ending up where you wanted to be, So you face a death. Your flicker is going to be back up here in a bit, but obviously recalibrate. Whoa.
Lunar! Oh, that's the reason why the Phoveus was just such an easy pick. Again, they were winning the side lane already. I think they needed a quick rotation there from Pagu to get there, but Moreno looking to burst down. By Moreno, he survives.
Yeah, he's a tree, you know. Oh!
TNZ knocks out Eman! Just like that!
Well, he's not a tree, so Eman gets punched a couple times and falls down. A good find here for Aurora Gaming. That's going to be some extra gold going to the hands of Siggy Boom. Now, man, this Melissa, we have to talk about it a little bit, just how successful it's been. It's the most picked hero behind the Valentina, and with a current win rate of 64%. Again, that's just how strong it's been. And part of that strength is the zoning capabilities with the muddles. I think that's one of the main things, because even if you're approaching a base, you're trying to knock down some of the turrets, the zoning of muddles, and then once you have your stacked items, Siggy Boom's going to be a big problem for Bigatron by Vitality. So it's like, okay, we're going to go and commit to this. You have to almost burst her down before she even gets a chance to pop the ultimate to, you know, go away from me, basically.
Yep, it's a wayward Hanabi, you know, maybe a better Hanabi, as some would say. Looking at the map right now, Bigatron, despite some odd trades, are still up by about 200, 300 gold. First to the scene again is Aurora Gaming. Pagu zoning out Finn. Tienzi laying down the smackdown on the turtle. Here's a real circling eagle from Finn. And now Pagu looking for it. An amazing taunt here via the enchanted ult. And they take down Shogun. Bigatron by Vitality weren't ready for that.
Yeah, they weren't ready. Even as tanky as Shogun is, it seems like Aurora Gaming is just so quick to say, you know what, let's just go for this objective. Let's secure ourselves the turtle, put ourselves in this position. We don't have to force all these fights if we don't want to. If we happen to pick someone off, great, but let's just go ahead and get objectives. And now they slowly compound with that decision to build up on a gold lead. And again, playing the long game here. They're playing against a Matilda. Pagu.
In comes the rest of them. Now Rosa gets away, survives, and Pagu punches Niall right in the face just to stop them from finding more. Aurora Gaming now up by about 1,000 and change. Again, even survives in mid. We know that mid is where Bigatron by Vitality should be pushing. That's what they sacrifice the side lanes for. But Aurora are denying even that.
Again, this is why, you know, you got to give it up to Rosa. Rosa has to deal with a lot of pressure, but Rosa's still able to survive, you know, flicker down again. So we'll see if Bigatron by Vitality takes that information and says, you know what, let's go for Rosa one more time, try to go ahead and get a kill in our hands. But they're also slowly just kind of responding that. If Aurora Gaming doesn't get caught, then just keep up with it. Farm, get to the point where you need to be. If they give up the next turtle, though, I'd be surprised. But I don't think that's going to put Bigatron by Vitality in any rough situation leading into the first Lord once we get there, because they've just been able to go ahead and capitalize on a farm. Again, it's been a while, right, for the Claudes to really kind of shine the way they have in the meta, but it can still happen. Even though Emon faced a first death. Oh, hold on.
Lunar has 4 on him. Answer for the time of Finn, and the flicker takes out Finn. Trades out. Again, he knew he was going to die, but the fact that he took one along the way means the world to Aurora Gaming.
You're going with me if I go down too, is basically what Lunar said. And, you know, so I don't think that's too bad. And now the turtle's up. They can make a move here. Bigatron is around, though. And they're going to bring Finn back to this fight. So no take on the turtle just yet. TNZ, half health, but he's going to be fine. Still has that purple buff on him, too. But they're going to finally face off against this turtle. Past 2, we haven't seen that by BTR. But now Aurora Gaming in position. It's going to clear out the mid wave here, but they're looking for their own opening.
Eyes on Pagu. A flicker, Wrath of the Dryads could change things. Procs that second skill, finds Eman, force him to BMI back. Nanael holding this fence brush. Eman AOT into that pixel, finds a couple. Flicker Dark Wave once again from Shogun, turns everything sideways. But Aurora Gaming still find him! The pickoff and the turtle! The Turkish squad are 3 for 3.
Objectives are what they wanted, and Shogun. And they found him twice now. They're looking for more.
They'll convert straight into a tier 1 in mid. Siggy Boom unbothered. I bet his brother Apex47 is watching from the sidelines. That's my brother.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling good about it. Siggy Boom starting to get online here. Very close to the Trinity. You can see it. He's got the 2 items locked in. Croesus Scythe, DHS. He's working on that golden staff. He is 1,000 gold ahead of Iman, which is great. Again, it's a great position to be in. Even in the jungle, you've got 1,000 gold difference, but So with Aurora Gaming having this kind of lead across these roles, it's more so of picking those fights. What I have liked is, you know, you haven't seen Pagu be too overzealous on trying to set things up with that Wrath of Dryad ultimate, because they have to go,
Whoa! Hey!
Come on!
Violence from out of nowhere! Kenzie just clocked him! Stars! Emma's seeing stars right now!
Oh,
was that? No, even Moreno! Kenzie finds another, and he might even get an IL! Triple for TNZ!
What are in those boxing gloves, man? Because
Dynamite.
TNZ, I guess you don't bring gun to a boxing match. Man, TNZ able to cap off multiple kills. And that's not who you want to deal with at this point. 4-0-2. They're already in the base.
Oh, at least they're trying. Bigatron by Vitality do clear the minions. Shogun gets pulled in, but he's not having any of this. BTR get to keep their inhibitors, at least for now.
Okay, they keep the inhibitors up. I don't know, I'm sitting here scratching my head, Leo, because of just, what do you do when you're getting bursted down that much? Who's going to be the one to face that front side? And I think that's why giving those early deaths and kind of delay on the tankiness of Shogun, because he died early on, really alleviated that pressure that Aurora Gaming had to deal with. And now, this should just be a lord for them.
Joseph, here's the thing. It's not even real tankiness. Again, the reason why Aphobia is able to hold the front line is because he's spell vamping. He's taking a little bit back, right? But Rose has anti-heal at this point. I don't know if Pagu has a dominance ice. He should at this point. And then Tienzi's burst is ridiculous.
Yeah, Pagu might.
As cool as a flicker Darkwave is coming from Shogun, you can't beat real tankiness, real front lines. If anything, Pagu's the only thing that's here. That's the closest to that definition.
Yeah, that's one of the main things there is, again, I think if you're trying to scrap up whatever you can, if you're Bigatron by Vitality, it's kind of holding on up to this point because you don't want it to get out of control. You already have to deal with this Lord here, Leo. So you've got to deal with this Lord, maintain yourself in the game. Emon needs time to go ahead and catch up. They just don't have the itemization. And now this Lord charges in. She'll take out this bottom turret as it does. Here the waves are pushing in.
Lunar looking for a lethal I'm offended. Circling Eagle comes in. Plus a few Infernal Pursuits out of Shogun. They keep themselves up. No one has fallen just yet, but I can't say the same for the inhibitors inside BTR's base. The Lord gets taken care of. Couple of ults still online. For Aurora Gaming, they can still find that flicker. Wrath of the Dryads, but they will hold out. Again, the discipline out of the Turkish champions.
They might attempt this, though. They have a wave pushing in. Unless they go for an I'm offended combo, let's see if they can end it.
Arrow thrown out. Flicker, Darkwave once again from Shogun underneath the base. Pagu takes too many hits, but Eman falls first. 1-for-1 the trade, and they're still up. Shogun falls finally. Sigiboom gets free hits on him. Rosa with the flicker. Reposition, and now the back line. Sigiboom finds a couple, and now the base is exposed. It's just Moreno left, and he doesn't even want to give himself up. Aurora at match point.
Aurora Gaming with a dominant game, number one. You can see the smiles on their face and the celebrations because, man, oh man, did they give it to Bigatron by Vitality here. And Tienzi, again, what were in those gloves with the Paquito? He was just bursting everybody down. There's going to have to be some changes here, of course, on the approach for Bigatron by Vitality going into game two, because it was just a quick one. Let's go ahead and throw it over to a break before we head on over to the panel.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолда сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back here after the map 1 of the game for Aurora versus Bigatron by Vitality. I mean, what a game. I mean, it went really fast. I think it didn't go that long, but Aurora has taken the first win for this one. What do you feel?
Yeah, what do I feel, you're asking? I feel nothing, because it was based by the book from Team Aurora Gaming, and they just cleaned, and that was very well executed from the draft-wise and from the game-wise. We've been having here beautiful analysts as well, saying that the draft was actually win for Aurora Gaming, and it was pretty and easy going, I would say, for Aurora. They've been leading entire 10 minutes.
Indeed, I mean, the early game was slightly to the Aurora, but then towards the end, I think Aurora actually really nailed it. I would say Melissa, one of the heroes that we've been talking about, was taken by Sigibom early on. I mean, that was a good move for Aurora right there, during the drafting phase. And then, of course, and then the Paquito and Valentina combo as well. I mean, good picks for Aurora. I think the Bigatron actually went for more of a scaling draft, when Aurora was more of very much attack mode. And of course, let's not forget Freedom for being the general partner. I mean, this MLBB is so much fun thanks to Freedom and bringing this for Games of the Future. Big shout out to that. But a great game, great performances by both the teams. I mean, we are at one map down. The next map is going to decide who's going to be taking, or if there is going to be a third map or not. Do you see how was the last game for you?
It was, like I said, it was clean decision, clean execution from the Team Aurora Gaming. As you were saying, the map is clearly over. I mean, Aurora just proved why there are clear favorites here in the game against the Team Vitality, Bigatron by Vitality. But nonetheless, let's take a look how they're going to do here now in the second game. Maybe again, remember by Bigatron by Vitality, they were losing yesterday. The same way to the Pro Esports. They lost the first map, and they surprised with the second and the third map. Maybe it's still the case here at the beautiful Jack Arena. We don't know yet, but we'll definitely get to know it quite soon.
That's true. I mean, we got the highlights up on the screen right now. We are watching around 4-minute mark where the kill points were 1-2, where Bigatron had a slight edge, but then it was neutralized by Aurora soon after that one. We were not seeing much difference in the gold farming for both the teams, and it went on to the tie 3-3 even by around 7th minute, and then it kept going for Aurora Gaming. I think from there, I mean, that was a good pick. And TNC again. TNC did a good performance for this one, and let's not forget Shogun as well. And this was the base attack at the moment. We were kind of in the thought that they might just take a step back and then regroup, but then I think towards the end, actually they went for it, and then they took the base down. At this point, they had a huge lead as well, 9-4, right?
Yeah, I mean, tell me when TNZ was not performing.
Yeah.
Tell me when he didn't perform. I think every time when we see him, he always performs and he overperforms. It just, as you can see, there's a scoreboard here. Yeah, like what you were saying earlier, I mean, they got the turtles, they got the control, and slowly but surely they were getting 1k to another 3k, and then Explorator to 7 to 9k. There we see TNZ again with a 504, 9 kills per participate out of 11. He's been always there to do well.
That's true. I mean, the game time also, we are looking at 11 minutes 30 seconds. It didn't go that long. And TNC with 5 kills, 0 deaths, and 4 assists, that being a part of 9 kills for the team out of the total 11. I mean, that's really great what we are seeing there. And also the gold advantage, I believe Aurora had approximately around a 10k gold advantage. I mean, that's a huge advantage for Aurora.
I believe it's even more than 10k.
Yeah.
I think it's more than closer to 12, I would say.
Right. I mean, that's a big advantage for the team itself. So, I mean, we couldn't miss that moment towards the end around the 11th minute. But let's not forget to make our life, our real lives easier thanks to Yandex Go. And make sure you scan the QR code up on the screen. Download the Yandex Go and get all your things in one place, in one single app. Don't forget to check that out. Big thanks to Yandex for being a partner for Games of the Future. I mean, Bigatron also actually did put up a fight, right? I mean, for the last one.
They definitely gave a fight, but that fight was not what they wanted.
Yeah.
So let's hope that we get to see another games. I mean, there's a total comparison between Nile and TNZ. A little bit different roles, but nonetheless, we see the hero damage from TNZ, more than double amount of that.
Yeah.
The damage being done by TNZ, and the KDA pattern is like 9-0 to 2-0 actually, and also the gold advantage is closer to what, 3.5 I would say.
Yeah, and Nail had 100% kill participation. That's 100%.
Yeah, I mean, but his skills were not that big. I mean, don't get me wrong. He did phenomenal. Nail always on the top of the leaderboards and stuff, and he actually does well. Just unfortunately, this game was not in his favor, so it just overall was a difficult game to do anything. We'll see how they're gonna do in the second game, and we'll see how they can adapt against the Team Aurora. And we see meanwhile TNZ. 82% of kill participation. He missed on 2 kills, but he has 5 kills and 4 assists. Always 900%, 900 GBM, 920. Always in the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah.
I mean, TNZ is always popping off. I'm pretty sure he's one of the guys who has a lot of kills and a lot of potential, I would say.
I mean, we are talking about TNZ, who is one of the players who consistently performed for Aurora Gaming, just like how we are talking about Onyx as a team. Like, they've been on a roll just like TNZ for Aurora. I mean, as a player for the team. A great performance by all the team members, to be honest, but big ups to TNZ for that performance, because, and once again, we never know what's going to happen for the next game and the drafting, if they're going to make any changes, if they're going to make any changes for the overall idea or overall plan for drafting before they jump into the next game, because the next game is actually most likely going to decide who's going to go to the finals, or if they're going to get one more chance to prove if by any chance if Bigatron managed to get the next game down. Because in the last game, as we said, they went double marksman with Claude and Nolan together. So we don't know, we might see changes, we might not see changes, yet to find out.
We definitely will take a look, because our last series ended with a 2-0, right?
Yeah.
Between Team SRG and versus Onyx.
Yeah.
Is it still the case? Aurora gonna do 2-0 again, and we'll get to see the finals, and it could be a very quick day for today. Day number 3. We'll definitely take a look, and we'll start the game anytime soon. Meanwhile, the teams are getting ready and preparing the strategies. I mean, they are here at the edge of not elimination, but moving forward. Are they going to go to the grand finals, or are they going to fight on the 3rd place? We'll get to know that quite soon.
Yeah, I mean, the next game is going to be crucial for all of us. And also, I was actually expecting more of a longer game, considering how both of these teams performed yesterday for their respective matches. So, but today, I think the first game didn't last that long. It went like 11 and a half minutes. It didn't even get to the evolve load. I mean, I would love to see the evolve load for the next one, at least to have a really good fight and to have a really treat of the visual up here on the map 2 for second game of the semifinals. And once this is done, we'll get to know who's facing who. And by the looks of it, at the moment, Aurora has taken the lead for the best of 3 now. and we still got one more chance to see if the Bigatron really got a chance to move to finals, or if Aurora is gonna repeat the same thing as last year.
Yeah, for sure. We'll definitely take a look how they're gonna do, because they need to step up. Maybe we'll get to see the second game on to be a 1-1, and there will be a comeback. There's still a chance. It's all that matters to the Bigatron. I mean, they were losing the same way yesterday, 0-1, and they managed to come back on the game 2 and game 3. So they are experienced, let's put it that way, of being a one match point behind and being giving a match point to the opposed team.
Yeah.
We'll definitely see how they're gonna do.
Yeah, I think the MVPs on the team are like, after every team or every map goes, they're distributing MVPs to every player as they go. Because yesterday we saw Iman and Nail grab the MVPs, 2 of the players from Bigatron. Today we gave it to TNG, from Aurora. So we never know what's going to be the next map. I mean, who's going to take the next map? We still don't know. And Sigibam actually secured 2 MVPs yesterday, where we actually thought yesterday TNZ is going to get one of the MVPs, right?
Yeah, I mean, TNZ were always up there, always showing how he was doing well, but the other teammates of his, such as Pago, Sigibam, is always also on the top by just being there, helping the team, helping the support, and taking that, I would say, dirty work, where TNZ can just relax and shine.
Yeah, of course. The hero choices would be crucial for the next one if they are making any changes, or if they're going to stick with the same thing. Sigibam grabbing Melissa early on in the draft phase, and I don't know if they might be really considering a combo again for Melissa and Harley. Yeah, because it got more chance. I mean, it's been proven strategy in this tournament, right? This combination has worked and has got a good results so far.
I mean, like our casters pointing it out, this game is of speed, right? They were mentioning about the game of speed, and just curious. And you know what, guys? Great news that the second game is about to get ready, and the casters are about to get ready. We're giving out to Leo and Naiso. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. We are ready to go to game 2 here. Once again, the breakdown there for game 1. We know what's going on here, Leo. I mean, they talked about the draft a little bit, because that's where we always have to start. Now, for this one, I'm going to throw it out there, man. I'm going to be a little upset if we don't go to a game 3. We need a game 3, so Bigatron, my Vitality, please make it happen in the draft, because it seemed to have happened so quickly, man. And again, I know we talk a lot about the man on the screen here with the team, Midnight, Coach Midnight, but the execution that we've seen time and time again from Aurora Gaming's players is what stands out so much for their matches.
No doubt. Again, even in the seemingly push and pull early game, I'm talking like 2 to 3 minutes, it seemed like BTR might have figured out how to make use of the weak side lanes. Aurora just snapped back all of us back into reality, saying, nope, look at our superior draft, look at our execution, we're going to match point, and that's where we are right now. Paquito taken out of the equation by Coach K. and Her. Again, Tienzi was disgustingly good in game number 1. Freya out of the picture as well for Aurora Gaming. What else? Atlas, Basel, Barats. Wait, whoa, hey, Bigatron took out their own Selena.
I always laugh when this happens, because when it's a player known for playing, I mean, obviously, like, Rosa can play it too, but it's just like, Moreno's known for it, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to ban this hero out so I don't play it. Like, that's how it feels.
It's a very valid move, though, because consider Rosa's good at it too. Yeah. And maybe on blue, they want to open up a little bit more so that they get a better 2-3 swing. It's the perfect ploy. I love it. It's a good way to set up the draft.
Yeah, this draft, like I said, it kind of needs to be different, especially for Bigatron. What they want to go ahead and do here is, I think they're going for the Harara play, man, honestly. Freya, Fanny going through. We might just see them prioritize that and give up that Belric, unless they decide to change it and want to take a Melissa for themselves? Again, that has been also something popping up for blue side.
There's so many ways this could go because you still have Atlas and Marcel left out in the open. There goes Herrera, so at least some of the openers are out of the equation. Barats is out there, so Uranus shouldn't be banned. You get rid of the Atlas now or the Marcel? Or neither, so that you can trade for it again.
I don't know. Maybe they take out the Atlas. And I feel like Atlas has just been perma-banned through, Games of the Future so far. Be surprised if it ends up coming through. I mean, okay, they go with the Barretts. Okay, so even if the Atlas is taken, it's like we can just do Valentina if we need to.
Correct. Yeah, or just invest in a little bit more Purifies. So I like how it's the Barats ban first, because then Aurora would be pigeonholed into picking the Uranus to answer. So great start. How does BTR open with, again, you mentioned Melissa, Belleric, Atlas. Ooh.
Yeah.
Marcel.
There's, Marcel. Maybe the Marcel, man. Maybe if you're BTR here, you go with the Marcel. Because you already know what you're going to have to trade. So you could just go Marcel. At least you get the golden hour. We have seen some pretty game-changing golden hours with Marcel, and he's usually banned. So might be an option here. Whoa! Out of all the names we threw out, all the heroes, I was not expecting the Uranus first pick. Although Shogun has played this multiple times.
Yeah, but I don't know how to feel starting with a Uranus, right? I don't know what the stats are, but I don't know how often this happens. And how successful it is, right? This is basically meeting someone for the first time, and you're not sure you're going for the hug, for the fist bump, or the handshake. You instead go for, I don't know, pinky promise.
And then at the same time, someone's trying to fist bump you at the same time. It just
you
doesn't
know how
add
awkward
up.
that is. Yeah.
Okay, but the answer, Valentina over here, just because they can anticipate some of these picks over for BTR. Could be even the Atlas since it's open, but they also grabbed the Melissa. I would have rather Bigatron by Vitaly at least take the Melissa, if anything. Just because it's been that highest picked priority hero, and then got a great win rate on it, can go well in the hands of Emon, but they feel like that the Uranus was going to be the answer because it seemed to do well when it's countered into a Melissa, right? We saw this yesterday even in the matches where you've got the Uranus, the Melissa's online, boom, blade armor, you're ready to go, kind of tank up that front line and be that bulwark, but then you have to supplement it. And now the Novaria, you mentioned the bit of a buff, right?
Freshly
buff that
buffed.
Novaria got.
It's one way to find that Melissa. Again, if you're putting it in the hands of Moreno, he's used to these long-range skill shots, and I think that's what Coach Midnight is discussing with the squad. Like, you guys know the range on that thing. Potentially, it's larger and longer than anything a Selena can, so that Selena ban makes more sense now. Alongside the Nolan, a lot of good burst coming in from BTR. How does Aurora close up? Do they pick up a front liner now that can compromise that? Belleric is still open. But instead, they find someone that can go toe-to-toe with the burst on the Nolan, and maybe if you can find a way to link up and go the long way around, kill that Novaria.
Looks like we got a lot of Aurora fans out there too. I saw they had a meet and greet. I don't know if they had that every day, but they had one a couple days ago, and there's been quite the turnout for Aurora Gaming and Onyx. I think, over there in Astana, there's a lot of fans cheering for them. I think they want to go ahead and see if this is going to be a 2-0 for Aurora Gaming, but Bigatron by Vitality around the world, a lot of people are rooting for them to get it to the grand finals, so that we have a different grand finals for the Games of the Future too. And then you get an Indonesian showdown.
That's what I'm saying. You get an MPL ID Season 17 rematch. What they started in the Velodrome, in the Jakarta Velodrome, they finish here in Astana.
Who would have thought? What a trip.
Who would even say they finish it? Because they might do part 3 back home. So
that's true.
This
part
could be
3, the final part.
This could be, part 2 Electric Boogaloo, live from Astana. Going into the bans, BTR take out the Atlas. Wow. It survived the second phase.
Okay. That is kind of odd, right? Atlas being banned out second phase, but it's going to be taken care of. I just almost would have thought too. For some reason, I was thinking, would they want to actually take the Atlas for BTR? But instead, they go and ban it out. What do you? And I guess the only interaction we've seen before where it was was it a Roam Valentina or a Roam Novaria? Where we saw that Novaria paired with the Valentina. It was just yesterday too.
You're most likely to do Roam Novaria. Yeah.
It was. Yeah, I think it was the Roam Novaria. Okay.
Novario.
So now that oh, okay. Last ban. Where are we going with the last ban here? Another Roam maybe. Got a Concha. What else does Aurora Gaming want with this kind of lineup? It's very squishy. Oh, Cho.
Yeah, that's the Polish Cho they're taking out of Pago's hands.
Yeah, he had a rough time when he had picked it yesterday once in one of the games, but leave it up to Pago. I think he's just got a really deep hero pool too. He could potentially pick up. Oh, Belric's still open, so that's what he's going to get. I was going to say that Glue was still there, but he goes to Belric. So now we just need to see what they put in the XP lane in the hands of Lunar. Meanwhile, these last two picks for Bigatron by Vitality, they still need their... What do they need? Gold lane, and then wherever Novaria is going to go.
In a Roam. Yeah, I think that's a mid lane Novaria. This might be what they say in the business, gatotable. I think this is very gatotable.
Just fight with the revitalized Gatot.
Yeah.
Tanky
and
enough.
Compromise the Melissa. Stop the, Beleric from running through, taunt him. It's very gatotable.
Fight with two taunts basically, but they're going to go with Matilda.
Okay.
And then a Brody. Okay, Matilda, Brody. You got some range to work with. Utility moving around the map. Again, we won't find out what map we're playing on until we jump into the game. But Matilda, obviously, with this lineup really helps because Novaria shouldn't really be in a threat at all, just because you can play with such range. Brody too. So it's like you kind of just take care of your Nolan. Like Nolan for Nile should just be able to kind of weave in and out. You want to go get the burst down, and then you kind of get out of there. Like that's the game plan with the Matilda here.
Nolan and Brody are going to be the main targets for Finn to kind of escort throughout the battle, while Shogun just does Shogun things, being the only real frontliner. One more pick here. Again, the hero for Lunar. Mind you, it's not impossible that the Beleric becomes an XP laner too. We've seen that happen, but instead it's the Esmeralda to answer the clear abundance of shields. Eternal Battle in the XP lane.
Yeah.
Let me siphon all those shields that Finn gets to you. Aurora are poised for the sweep, Joseph. I don't know what to tell you, unless some way, somehow, Bigatron snowballs out of control.
Yeah, this is kind of it's a bit of a weird draft from Bigatron by Vitality. I'm not sold on the Novaria yet, even though we saw her yesterday, and yes, she went through a bit of a buff and everything else, but this lineup that is being brought to the table just looks better. Yep. Little, what do you call those? What do you call them?
Baby friends.
Little baby friends? Baby friends out there. I love that even Astana, man, they show their pets on the phone, because I thought that was just a regional thing here. But it happens to be everywhere.
Hey, it's International Cats Day, Joseph. It's International Cats Day.
Yes. Happy International Cats Day to all the people that have cats right now, because we're about to go ahead and jump into this game. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a semi-final match with Bigatron by Vitality and Aurora Gaming. Right now, it's match point for Aurora Gaming to once again get to the rematch of last year's Game of the Future against Onyx in the grand final. And don't you worry, for the fans out there, Bigatron by Vitality, if they do go down, they'll fight in the third place match tomorrow.
And waiting there is none other than the Malaysian champions, SRG. Looking at the side lanes, again, that's where a majority of the action will be dictated from, since mid lane are just jockeying for position for a better turtle take. Eman here invested in an early Gherkin, so he knows that he's outranged by Sigiboom's Melissa early on.
Yeah. It's one thing that you have to be wary of. Again, this mid lane, a lot of pressure here towards Moreno. But again, you're not going to be too worried. You're fine here on this Matilda. One thing though too is, again, Pagu, when he was introduced to us on this lineup by Aurora Gaming last year, he's one of the players who he's a playmaker, I think. And sometimes we've seen it before. I think that's why even when the Cho was banned, it's like, all right, sometimes Pagu, and this is just the nature of Cho, by the way, it's really struggles. But with a Belric in his hand, expect him to be aggressive. Expect Pagu to try to set up with the Wrath of Dryad. And I think whatever Rosa is going to take here, which is, I'm looking across, I think it's just the Circling Eagle, man. I don't think there's really anything else we can expect Rosa to take for an ultimate, right?
Would not blink if he actually went for the ult on Novari as well. I think that would be a very valid move, just to expose where everyone is from BTR. Like, that is basically losing battle. Speaking of, Moreno sets it up, but Nanael with the burst, and no clapback just yet from Aurora. Just like that, see? It was clear pickings where Aurora was, and that's why Nanael was able to go like, you know what? Let me yeet that turtle out of here.
All right, objective secured. It looks like even in the gold lane right now that Emma's got the upper hand anyway against Siggy Boom. That's kind of to be expected, especially in that matchup, but if they can scale up, get that Brody the items that he needs, you know, even with a blade and the second item, I think it's going to be the Malefico unless he does something else. Will he be the one to get the Sky Piercer instead of Niall, right? I think it's more so the Brody.
Yes.
To lock it in.
4 out of 5 times it's the Brody. Rarely do we see it on a Nolan, if ever they do share a lineup. So with that said, again, BTR have a small lead, solid lead to build off of. We're waiting for this next turtle to actually shift gears, because it's a minute out, upper quarter.
Yeah.
We'll see if even, you know, these two juggernauts down bottom can make it there. Lunar is out XP'd. Wow.
Yeah, he's kind of having a hard time there. Even got the Dreadnought armor working in. No. Astral Echo laying down.
Finn knocks a Pagu. Pagu forced to flicker back. Throwing up our memory, not enough stacks. Pagu survives.
Yeah, Pagu's going to be able to survive. Good on him for there. 30 seconds away from this turtle, so Bigatron by Vitality looking to go ahead and pick up some extra gold across the map. Taking a green camp here from Aurora Gaming. We'll see what else they can make as they reset towards this top side now. Part of this, again, is just waiting for Siggy Boom to get in line, get scaling up here on the Melissa. The problem is he's just kind of getting outlaned right now. Emma doing a really good job, and they don't have much pressure. Like other than if TNZ happens to find some of the deadly magic, this is a lineup that really has to kind of just wait for its moment. If you're Aurora Gaming, you know, you're literally just waiting to cook here. And now the second turtle is up, and BTR has control.
And that makes it 2 for 2. Ain't no way Aurora can contest for that. And I think you're right. They're waiting for Siggy Boom to come online, or for Rosa to steal the right ult, and for Pagu to find the perfect setup. So in the early to mid, it's a 2-step process for Aurora. All this while, BTR, all they're thinking about is Moreno scale up, Nanael has items, Eman can get stacks on, especially since Eman invested in an early Malefic gun. That is a stroke of genius. I really like how Eman here said, I lose on the range, but I can burst you down, Siggy Boom, especially since you're waiting for your power spike. Let's do that now. That's amazing for Eman.
It's just extra reach, you know, that you have to go ahead and deal with, and kind of helps him, obviously, even in a sense of, again, he's all about distance, but even if he has to reposition, oh, they might do it here.
And they find one. Pagu, he tried, he really tried, but the first blood honor goes over to Eman, and they're hunting down Siggy Boom, forcing him out. Oh, I smell a turret take up top. Like, this is BTR setting up for that smash.
Yeah, this is such a good move here from BTR. Cut the wave, let Emon go ahead and push that in. It just feels like TNZ this game, how much impact he had in game 1 with the Paquito. You haven't felt anything from the Harley, you know, in game 2. And again, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, how long do we need to wait if you're Aurora Gaming? We've seen Deadly Magics be low.
Moreno did not see that coming. I don't know if it was for a lack of vision, or he did not expect Lunar to take that angle, but Lunar just popped him. And Moreno was forced to use a flicker too, he still died. What?
That was not very maestro of him. But I guess, yeah, he just didn't have the vision, man. I think that's one of the big things, but that is a kill going in the hands of Aurora Gaming. They might go ahead and try to push into this turtle. I mean, he's going to be back up, so if they want to go ahead and go for a fight, they can do just that. He's got the Astral Echo ready here.
He does.
They've already got 2 turtles in their favor, so they can go for it there. He drops down the Astral Echo.
Two-man echoes exposing Pagu and Lunar, but I don't think that makes much of a difference. Those are the front liners. This is as 50-50 as it gets for the Turtle. Bigatron are up by about 1,000 gold. Shogun comes in. Circling Eagle coming in from Finn. Knocks up one. Not enough. Again, they're looking for the re-engage. Pagu with the conceal. Lunar with the jump. Astral Meteor. Star Shatter misses. Oh, but just like that, BTR knows. Aurora are out of range. Nanael takes 3 for 3.
Okay, I don't know if Aurora Gaming really wanted to commit for that fight, but once they expended a couple ultimates or resources, it looked like they wanted to pull off, but then, you know, they just, I think it went down to, maybe we can retry steal it, but that didn't happen either. So really good 3 for 3 for Bigatron by Vitality in terms of objectives. Now they're going to be able to go ahead and focus elsewhere, but it's still, you got to give it up to Aurora Gaming. Despite all this, it's not some massive gold lead going in the pockets of Bigatron. It's just one thing after another, and I think still it's one of those cases we might see a 20+ minute game here with the way things are going, because Aurora Gaming can play this game. They can slow it down a bit, but again, when Lord comes into play, you know, I think that's where it might change, because on the base defense, you know, how good is this lineup to be able to go ahead and defend? Oh, Niall waited patiently for an opportunity here.
Oh, this is a nefarious angle. He's not even gonna go for the recall. Oh, Aurora Gaming, massive Astral Echoes, but they space him out. He finds Sigiboom, but he trades out. Pagu with a taunt and the takedown. Coming in from Finn. Amon with a shattered attack. The torn apart memory gets another. He clicks it at the right moment, taking down 3. Good trade for BTR.
Really good trade, and Amon is online. Picks up a Sea Halberd too, and he's got that Sky Piercer. So, you know, he's got a couple on the Sky Piercer now. But I think even Lunar wasn't expecting that. He burned the Flicker too, but still went down because of the range with the Brody that Amon has. So really good placement there. You could see the difference. He's a 1.3k ahead of Sigiboom. So, you know, it makes sense. I guess this was worth the trade in the draft. That blue first pick, Uranus. Given the space, you know, this is probably the best performing hero by Shogun so far throughout the past couple of days. You know, at one point he played Uranus back to back, and now he gets it in game 2 to hopefully get Bigatron by Vitality to game 3. The Lord is up. BTR will go ahead and start this one up.
My God, talking about that Uranus on Shogun, what an intimidating paperweight. Essentially what it is. Even with the Astral Echoes, the Uranus just adds more to it. Instead of ending fights with a period, Shogun's Uranus ends it with an exclamation point. It basically just cordons off where Aurora Gaming can go, and it allows Bigatron to control range, to control engagements. That's why Amon is sitting at 3-0, which I think puts him at maybe 2 stacks on the Sky Piercer. They have just so much control over fights. Aurora have to find a way to play the map. That's the only other option.
Yeah, he's definitely got the stacks here. This has been a rather low kill game too. It's just more so of, here's one pick here, here's one pick there. Objectives, this is very objective based right now, just because again, Aurora Gaming's lineup is really built on allowing Sigiboom to come online. TNZ really has been not efficient, you know, on the Harley. He hasn't been able to convert kills or put pressure really that we're used to seeing.
Look at this. Unfortunately, the range on Aurora isn't as good as well. They could not use the Holy Shield to take care of the wave and Pop Lord. Massive circling eagle. Pagu flickers in, pops the ult, but E-Man is the man, dealing way too much damage. Ushering in the Lord, taking down that inhibitor. 2 down from Aurora Gaming, and Joseph, we might get what you've been asking for oh so dearly throughout the night. We might go to game 3 as Nanael goes under Rosa, but he takes down the Rose Queen. The Thorn Queen gets picked off, and just like that, the base cracks. BTR forces us to go all the way.
Smiles on their face, a Bigatron by Vitality, calm and collected, will take us to a game 3. And that's what we want from the semifinals here. Again, we wish we could watch them play through a 5-game series. Well, 3 is going to have to do it here. We're going to go ahead and just talk about things shortly on what went wrong in game 2 for Aurora Gaming. Because, man, it seemed like things were figured out, and a lot had to do with, again, that Brody power spike with them on. Really good movements there. And just as a whole, we're going to be throwing it to a break before we head back to the panel.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Welcome back, you guys, and thank you very much, the beautiful casters Leo and Naiso. Yeah, what a game! 1-1 from the both teams. Like I was saying, Bidgeton Vitality, they made it through, and they came back 1-1. What an amazing series! And what do you expect from the third game now?
At this point, I can't tell anything because, I mean, they have taken it to a third game. I mean, we have a tie at the moment now. Now this is getting more and more interesting because we need one more game, and that's going to be the decider to see who plays out and comes on top after the next one.
Yeah, just like I was saying earlier, how they were losing the first game and they pulled it through on the second game. This reminds me of yesterday, and you know what does it remind it? It reminds me of Freedom. Thank you very much for sponsoring and being a general sponsor for this entire MOBA Mobile. Because of you, this all beautiful venue and all the players are here because of you. Thank you very much for making everything possible, and thank you once again, guys. Yeah, like I said, it was the same way they were losing yesterday, 1-0 to Pro Esports, the Bigatron by Vitality.
Yeah.
Now they pull it through another second game, and they were holding the entire game on their hand, and they just finished it off entirely. It was really awesome performance, and I would like to see them on the third game just the same, or it will be an upset. As you were saying earlier, Aurora is going to win the third game. Let's take a look. What do you expect? And meanwhile, we'll see the highlights.
Of course. I mean, we got the highlights on the screen up now. We had some interesting picks in the draft, which we'll get into after the highlight. But Bigatron actually really did good in this one. They were up for a challenge after the last game where Aurora actually overruled the Bigatron. But this was a good challenge for Aurora as well from Bigatron. Now this is a proper game that we are looking at. The next map, third map for today, the fifth map for the whole day, which decides the next contestant for the finals. So we'll see how that goes. And around the 10 and 10.5 minutes here, we are at the game at 6-2. I think this was very chaotic. This is where it all ended. I thought this would go really long, but it didn't actually go long. Even the first game, I don't think they took it really far. I mean, this was an easy kill at the moment, the easy win at the moment. But yeah, Bigatron took it very quickly, I would say, for the last game. Here we have the stats on the screen. We're looking at Bigatron with 7 kills against 2 with Aurora, and good play by everyone. I think TNZ didn't really do good for the first time, and with the Harley, to be honest, which he picked. I had a really good hope for Aurora when we saw the drafting. We had Harley and Melissa with Aurora, but yeah, I mean, anything can happen this time.
And Valentina as well. Yeah, don't forget to mention those 3 heroes are one of the the most picked heroes here at the Game of the Future here. Meanwhile, we see 006 from Finn, 501 from E-Man, and Niall with 214 with the KDA of those. I mean, what an incredible performance overall from the Bigatron by Vitality. This entire game, they showed why they're here and why they are ready to also show and improve Aurora. I mean, Aurora now once again they're losing a game and then making a 2-1. They're playing on the edge. And I'm not sure if they want to be a champion, because like yesterday Pag was saying, I want to make 3-0 and I want to be a champion here and make a revenge. I mean, how you can say that if you're losing games like here and there? And I mean, you lost. There was a really tough series against the Team Falcons. I think there's going to be again another very hard series against the team. What is it called? Team Bigatron by Vitality. But you know what's also what's not hard? Not hard is to watch the games at the Games of the Future on our digital-plus.com. And you can watch all the games there and all the series, all the matches, all from the different disciplines. Could be soccer, could be basketball, could be Just Dance, could be Dota 2, could be anything. Anything that you desire, you can watch it there.
We have the stats up again up on the screen. Sigibom and Iman. Iman actually put up a really good fight in the last game. As we can see at the moment on the screen, we have hero damage very close, to be honest. I mean, 5k, only difference in the 5k. And damage taken more by Sigibom. I mean, we are talking about the twice MVP last day, Sigibom, yesterday. So, I mean, but let's say good performance by both of them. That was a really good fight between them, to be honest. And if you look at the picks, again, going back to the drafts, I really had really good hopes for Aurora when we saw Melissa and Harley on the same team, where we saw Sarengo Red Giants yesterday took it clean win. I mean, 2-0 with these two power packs.
Two combination of heroes. I would agree with you on that, because this is the first time from the entire playoff I remember those two heroes are actually losing, because I haven't seen they losing together. I've seen they losing separately, but I haven't seen they lose together. Nonetheless, it would be interesting to take a look who's gonna be a winner, because on their last series, I mean, Bigatron by Vitality, they won the third game against the team of Pro Esports, even though they were losing 0-1. Same could be talk about the team of Aurora. They won the first game, they lost the second game to Team Falcons, and the third game was really tough game, and they pulled it through, and then they won it on 27th minute.
Yeah, of course. And looking at the picks again, I mean, we had Esmeralda. I mean, that was a good pick. I thought would go well with Aurora. I mean, to keep them towards the push them to the last end of the game. But let's not forget, we got the MVP, of course. Eman did great with Brody. I mean, that was good play by Eman for Bigatron.
86% of kill participation. He missed 1-on-1 kill, and take a look at his GPM, man. It tells us it's Aura. 888, it's Aura. Also, he has big fans here at beautiful Jack2Jack Arena here in Astana in Kazakhstan. People were cheering his name, people were shouting his name for the reason. That's why he is MVP on the game. And now let's see if he can stay still MVP against TNZ, against the Rosa, and against Pagu, against a whole Aurora squad.
Right, and I think the when the game started and went in towards around 7th minute, Bigatron really had 3 totals down with them. So I mean, that was one good advantage that Bigatron had, even when it went past the 7th minute. And also, I mean, there were many heroes which actually remained when we compare it with the first map. for Aurora. Valentina was still there, Bellaric was still there, Melissa was still there, and added Harley to it. So that was a good mix, but I mean, it didn't really pay off, especially Harley. TNZ, it's a dangerous combo I really thought would work out. I mean, TNZ skills plus Harley as a hero, that was a good combo. I mean, but apparently, I mean, it didn't work. It doesn't always work out, right? I mean, there has to be some games where you cannot actually excel.
Of course. I mean, now it's, I would say, going to be mind versus mind.
Yeah.
I mean, why do I say that? Because it's going to be depending on the draft. I think now the draft plays a huge role because you guys are banning a couple of heroes, and now also you're picking yourselves a couple of heroes on the first pick and second pick. And I mean, we'll definitely take a look, and I think it's going to be mostly on drafters, because two teams they are equally to the similar level, similar playstyle and stuff. And now it's a good understanding. They need to be prepared for the draft and to be ready for the strategies.
Yeah, and also they kept, I mean, Bigatron kept Nolan and Matilda from the first map. I mean, they picked them again. But I think when Aurora picked Harley, I think that was a good challenge to Nolan. But apparently it didn't work out as we saw. But I mean, you can't know. We might see some. I really possibly can see some changes in the TNZ's picks for the next one.
I feel like people have been missing out on Uranus. Like the previous series, Uranus were doing so much, tanking so much damage and doing so much nasty stuff on team fights and stuff. And we'll definitely take a look how the drafts is going to be panned out. And I mean, yeah, like you were saying, Nolan was definitely a strong hero and making a problem for the other teams. And we'll definitely take a look how they're going to do and how are they going to adjust, and if they're going to ban Melissa or the other teams are just going to let them pick the Melissa because they're not scared of Melissa. Anyway, nonetheless, the third game is about to get started, guys, and our casters are to get started. Let's give it the words to Leo back and to Naiso. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much once again to the panel there, Ilyas and Heidi, for breaking it down with us for Game 2, because yes, we are going to a Game 3. I manifested it. The fans out there manifested it. Leo, I hope you manifested it too. We're going to Game 3, man.
I don't deal in what ifs. So today, we just see who makes it to the grand finals. Do we see a rematch of last year's Game of the Future? Or do we see an Indonesian rematch? Are they taking what they started in the Jakarta Velodrome and finishing it in Astana? Or something else down the middle? Again, it could be a different Aurora and BTR that makes it to the end of this. Let's see if they change any tunes. Speaking of which, here's a new tune. A Uranus banned out early.
Yeah, I think you need to take that out, man. Again, most successful hero, I'd say, for Shogun so far throughout the Games of the Future 2026. We saw it in action previously, but it was just the way that Bigatron by Vitality played in Game 2 that really got them that victory. And again, the Brody, from Emon really making work. And just as a whole, I think if you're Aurora Gaming here, that first pick blue side is something you can play into. Now, is there potential, because it's Game 3, it's pretty much essentially down to this one game, that we see Aurora Gaming do something weird here? I'm talking about in the draft. Again, when we say weird, most people will remember that first time we saw the Rafaela come through. But now that's not so out of the ordinary. That's not so out of the box anymore, because the Rafaela, the Matilda has popped up more often now on these compositions. They take out the Melissa. This looks like it could potentially be going for a first pick Barrett's though. And then they build from there. I think that's might be where they go.
Unless BTR gets rid of the BRT, because that could be the red 3 ban. It has to be. If not, what else? Since especially the Uranus isn't there anymore to answer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like as a piece for piece, tit for tat kind of move. So
then Aurora takes Marcel. Oh no!
What?
Just
Coach
a Fanny.
He would rather answer Fanny's Tienzi. Okay, so I don't know. Is this 9 games? Does Midnight fall for the trap? Could it be a trap? Could it be a snare that's being set up by BTR by Vitality?
that's a snare, man. That's a robotic snare being set up here. Right now, I think that's the heavy choice. You know, your tournament lives, or anyway, your grand final life is on the line here. What do you go for? Do you prioritize the Barretts? That they do. It's open. Might as well take it. Put in the hands of Lunar. Again, just as Shogun is the Uranus of Games of the Future, I would say Lunar is the Barretts so far at Games of the Future 2026. Now the trade, Belric is there. You can go Belric. And then I think whatever else they want to build up at. I was going to say, Eudora's kind of fallen off. Valentina seems to be the way that teams like to go more so now.
Weirdly enough, I file Eudora under the same folder as I file Rafaela. Like, they need a very specific setup, but they're not weird when they come out. And because of the first pick Barats and the way the bannings went, opens up a Paquito. What a starter. What an opener for Bigatron by Vitality, Paquito, and Belric. That's it. I think they don't need... Well, might be an overstatement, but I think they're set on frontliners. I think this is good.
Okay, let's see. Frontliner is pretty good. This is also taking the Paquito out of the hands of TNZ. I don't know, man. I don't know what else TNZ might play here, but there is still that Harley. Okay, he's going to go in the Nolan. I was going to say, I don't want to see the Harley, but the Nolan makes better sense. And you get the Matilda. This is scary, man. If you're Aurora Gaming, that's sweet, by the way. We love those skins. We love the people that play together, stay together, right? So you have Matilda and you have Barretts. That's deadly enough because now your dinosaur is flying, man. He already flies enough with a flicker. Now you got the guiding wind to help that out and make this setup for Nolan. We've already seen this, I feel like 100 times, Leo. Daytona's welcome, perfectly set up, boom, Nolan burst.
Yep.
And then you get out.
Even without the whole Barats moving over to a major league XP laner, even as a jungler, he was always, accompanied by Matilda. So that was always a combo. Circling Eagle, Detna's welcome was lethal years back. So here's BTR, not changing too much of the formula. It worked wonders in game number 2. That's why we're here in game number 3. Moreno's Novaria. You know what? That buff was minuscule, all right? It was literally just a little tweak on numbers, but I guess the kit just really fits the Maestro's playstyle. And again, the whole team.
Yeah, it feels kind of weird that Novaria has slowly crept up, not entire. I wouldn't say she's like full meta. It's more so just like Bigatron by Vitality that's really running with it. We'll see if it pops up in the matches tomorrow, but I think it's enough to work, right? I think we kind of, because she fell off the meta for quite some time, you forget that, the Astral Echo is actually pretty valuable. It gives you some vision, gives you some little extra hitboxes to work with. Her Shatter, still pretty good. The fact that she can kind of be safe enough in this current meta by playing from afar is also an upper hand. So the mid lane has kind of gone through that switch up that we were asking for a bit, but it's these solid choices that come through. The Valentina, the Vexana now, the Novaria, but it's changed, right? Because of some of the nerfs that went out too. There are going to be some bans going out here for Aurora Gaming's mid laner for Rosa to choose from. You've got that Selena now being banned out. I don't know if Rosa still wants to take Valentina?
Still open, weirdly enough. Ults to steal as of the moment. Wrath of the Dryads. Maybe an Astro Echoes. There's the Claude. Again, I was 50-50 on the Claude being the pick for Siggy Boom, but Coach K. Dot makes that decision for them. Gold lane is looking tight. What else will be left after this? One more ban. Will we go back to the likes of Granger, Moskov? Where are we?
Man, Moskov has been just non-existent, huh?
Okay, so Baxia.
Oh, Baxia. Baxia last ban.
Are they foreseeing a utility jungle skew for BTR?
Potentially. I'm not really quite sure on the Baxia ban because again, the Paquito's still flex, right? That's kind of what we're expecting here.
They can just as easily Esmeralda red 4, right?
Yeah.
To deny it the answer to the Paquito, and then, you know, because Aurora can still go Esmeralda gold laner. That would be really good if they can find that in blue 4-5.
Yeah, that'll tell us what ends up happening based off this red 4 pick from Bigatron by Vitality. It's going to be the Raphael. Oh, they take the page out of Aurora Gaming's book. So this is going to be, the mid. Wait, mid lane. Is it going to be Moreno? Will Moreno be on the? So mid lane Novaria, Finn's going to be on the Rafaela. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's pretty normal. So I think they took it to heart when I said, yep, they don't need to invest in a front line anymore. It's all in on the Paquito and the Belleric, and then they'll just sustain till Aurora don't make no sounds no more. But Aurora can still, you know, go. I don't know if Esmeralda's good anymore because you're gonna get kited to death.
Well, I guess maybe that's why they have the Matilda, you know?
So they can
might
kite back.
help. Yeah.
Oh!
No, not this combo, Leo! It's this combo!
That's right. It's
the flying full barrage.
It's the mobile artillery. And then, of course, Rosa just ends up with a Valentino once again. How does BTR pivot from this? This is massive range. Sure, you can kite. Sure, you can out-sustain. But with the range that Aurora are playing with.
Oh, Midnight, what have you cooked up here? We've only maybe seen this kind of combo. I'm talking about the Ixia and the Matilda specifically. Oh, literally a handful of times this past year or so.
Midnight and Apex 47 have been cooking in the lab for too much.
Yep.
The fact that they're playing this with Grand Finals life on the line. They forced BTR to go all the way. BTR answers with a ranked game nightmare. Literally. Tonight alone, in the past hour, Joseph, thousands of people have lost and gained stars on the rank ladder because of this young lady. I don't know if she's young, she's an elf, but because of Mia.
Oh, man. I think she's like 1,000 years old, man. Like Mia,
like
though,
that.
of all people.
Okay, but a little bit of a nugget of wisdom, all right? I could name like a half a dozen pro players who say don't sleep on Mia. I remember one major tournament in the past saying, why did you ban the Mia? Or why was the Mia an option? Oh, she's legit. Her kit is real if she can get there. So I guess she's approaching Hanabi status?
Maybe. Again, Hanabi has popped up. We even saw this yesterday. We saw the Hanabi yesterday. Who would have thought that we're going to see a Mia today in Game 3, the last one between these two teams? I know some people are excited out there, people that have, you know, desperately wanted to see the Mia, and now we're going to see it. We're going to jump into this Land of Dawn for one more time today. Will this Mia be an answer for Bigatron by Vitality to get them to a grand finals, to once again have a rematch against Onyx Aurora Gaming? Make it happen with the Ixia combo with the Matilda. This is a great Game 3 ahead of us.
I'll tell you now. If it was a contest of what the hells, Bigatron wins. Like, sure, the Ixia. Yeah, if the Ixia Matilda combo was, you know, from out of left field, Bigatron by Vitality is playing on a different sport entirely. Like this Mia.
This is
what?
This is literally they see the Ixia Matilda, they're like, hold my phone. I'll do one better, you know? It's, I mean, a Mia coming through. Because we have to talk about the potential here. I mean, it's so different just seeing the gold lane. I mean, the frames alone, an Ixia versus a Mia, battling it out 1v1. Whoa, meanwhile, up top. Oh, flicker burned.
Lunar smelt it, and Moreno had ill intentions, so you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, this is so odd, right? But essentially, I think one of the thing that makes it so scary for the Mia specifically is, again, the passives that build up to her, you know, that attack speed that she gets, the ability to basically have this kind of debuff removal built into her ultimate, that hidden moonlight. Oh, they're going to make a play.
All right. Say what you will about the amazing kit, but surviving a gank this early on is a no-go. The guiding wind saves Tienzi from sure death. But again, there's a reason why the Rafaela was drafted as well. People forget she has a passive, easy respawn.
Yeah, okay, respawn. That's one of those situations where you're just kind of like, you know, just wait till I'm level 4. Like, that's one of those things. But Turtle's up, and this is just going to go in the hands of Niall. He's going to be able to go ahead and secure the objective.
Ooh, massive Astral Echoes exposing 3 members of Aurora. And I think they're aware that they were just going to willingly give that turtle. But the price that they paid for, you know, the prize that they get is to bear down on Eman as well. Jury's out on if it's worth it, though, because they didn't kill him a second time.
Yeah, they didn't get him. He's protected now. I think that's what they're going to have to go ahead and do.
Whoa! Sigiboom, how does that feel? Your turn to get dogpiled on by BTR, by Vitality. This will close the gap. Yeah, prior, Aurora was almost 1,000 up. Now it's just barely 500.
And you got to think how deadly this is too, Leo. The second skill of the Mia, that Arrow of Eclipse. You get that little bit of a stun, right? That you can actually pair really well. Oh, they're gonna make a play on Eman again.
Eman is down.
Man, now he's up. Eman is down. Now he's alive.
Know.
You know, that's what's gonna happen.
I don't know what the economic value of respawning again just to die again. Finn here in trouble. Burst it down by TNZ.
Oh, okay. It's getting a little rough, and they're gonna go back. They're gonna swing back to Eman's lane, so Eman is gonna be frozen out because he just can't play on this front side. This Mia might have just been a little bit too risky to pick up at this point against this kind of lineup until he can get online.
This is tough.
I mean, look at this. This is a lot of gold.
Tough is not even covering the beginning of it. But oh, wait. Oh, Astral Recall. And Echoes, Tienzi has to back out. The shields on Matilda ain't enough. Even after getting purple, I think, BTR should be able to score turtle number 2.
Yeah, we'll see if they have enough control around it. Purple buff is going to be worked on by TNZ. But Turtle's up. They've got control of this, and now Eman is here too. So they're going to fight for this, it looks like.
Lunar, cut down to half. There's an Astral Echoes of their own. Circling Eagle by Pagu. Finn very low, answers back. Oh, full barrage! Serving up a kill to Lunar, but Nanael finds the big dinosaur. Flicker forward by Rosa. TNZ by Hooker by Crook takes that turtle, but Eman takes down Rosa. So a turtle for a kill. Trade win. Oh, Tienzi, he knows Nanael's low, but Eman might punish. That's a bloody trade.
Yeah, if there was just maybe a little more damage on Sigiboom, that full barrage would have gotten a couple more kills, I think, off of that. It was a really well-placed one, but again, just not enough damage, but that is something. That's a preview, basically, of what Bigatron by Vitality has to watch out for, especially later on when we get to the Lord fights. You can see that, you know, yeah, it's a little bit of a trailer. He's got the Corrosive Scythe. Looks like he might be building up the Sky Piercer next. Niall, I believe, just picked up his Sky Piercer, so he's going to be looking to pick up some stacks now. And then playing into it. Again, it's 1-for-1 in terms of the Turtles. But it's been pretty dicey fights already around. You can see this Lunar. He'll pick up a Chastised Baldrin.
So that's good for the Barats. Again, the main source of damage right now is still Nanael. Maybe a little bit from Eman. Moreno still building up. Just picked up his cooldown boots, and of course, already has a lightning truncheon. Speaking of which, much like Kelra earlier tonight, Nanael's Pakido made quick work of a turret when left alone. So this final turtle spawning the upper quarter, I think this is beneficial to Bigatron because this will at least buy time for Eman to farm up, recover from the early game beatdown, and then give Aurora Gaming false hopes of taking that turtle since they're like 1-for-1 each. But Sigiboom, this early on, did you see that? He built a Sky Piercer already.
Yep. I saw him going for that when he actually locked in the Corrosive Scythe. So this is a good adjustment, though. Bigatron by Vitality is still doing a pretty good job at not letting things get snowballed out of control for Aurora Gaming. This is going to make a great team fight, though, for the third and last turtle of this game. You can already see Eman making his way up for this fight. They want to win this one. And now that they're online, and now that they have Sky Piercers across both sides, these stacks are going to start to matter here if they're built up. You can see Rosa holding on to the Wrath of the Dryad. Might be looking for an opening here.
Whoa! Look at that, the repositioned. Dennis, welcome. Poof, throw him into the wall. Set up, but Tienzi falls first. And the damage from Sigiboom's full barrage ain't there just yet. Eman with the forward flicker. Arrows, arrows, arrows. Taken down. Pagu. 3 for none. Bigatron by Vitality. Take the turtle and 3 kills for free.
Oh my goodness, Moreno's on the hunt. Sigiboom's there. Oh, he already sent out the Star Shatter. Oh, Moreno!
All right, so a little bit of delayed gratification for Aurora, but I give all of that to BTR. That's a win for the robots.
Yeah, 100%, man, because that's also 2 stacks that went over to Niall. So now he's got a couple stacks of the Sky Piercer. We've seen this before. Back in game 1, when it was TNZ with the Paquito. Now they're going to have to worry about Niall. Star Shatter being thrown out there. They're going to go ahead and take this orange buff. So they've got that. Purple is secured by TNZ. Now we have to see how Aurora Gaming wants to make some adjustments across from this, because they're starting to fall behind a little bit. They maintained a gold lead earlier on. Now they're the ones trying to work from behind. And this is also where Emon, I feel like after, you know, the first, 5 minutes or so, where he was just punished for just picking a Mia and not having a level 4 burning flickers. Now he's able to go ahead and actually pop off here a bit. Even more so if this game extends when he gets his, you know, Trinity of items locked in.
8.5 minutes in, I think it's official. E-Man has been emancipated. He can now go around the map threatening kills even more than Sigiboom with his Sky Piercer, which has maybe 0 stacks. Something tells me something closer to like 1 stack or 17 stacks, something like that, because he died and he got a kill and then he's fine now, but that's basically 0. This is Lunar setting it up. Then as well, come on to nothing. Shogun just sidestepped that. Bigatron by Vitality, they know that they have to finish now. The mid-game to early game, late game power spike is real, because once Sigiboom comes online, like for reals, after this whole little, you know, pre-15-minute puberty stage for the Ixia, this is where BTR lives.
And Sigiboom is he close? I'm trying to see. Okay. So he's still working on it. I think he's quite delayed. I wonder what the gold difference is between... Okay, on cue, good call there. You can see the difference. It's just 600... Oh, no. Sorry, it's just 1,000 gold. Well, that's quite a bit in terms of what Emon's dealt with. And that's why they just blitz this Lord, man. Very quick work. Emon's online.
No doubt. Emon has been online as soon as Aurora Gaming kind of alleviated the pressure on his neck at the 6 or 7 minute mark. So now BTR by Vitality knows that they have to make the most of this downtime from Aurora Gaming. Aurora Gaming are, I don't know if they know that they have to hold it down. If they have to like force it to the 15, 16 minute mark without losing too much, because that's where I foresee them actually getting a dub. Oh no, Lunar's trapped.
Trouble.
Lunar's trapped.
Okay, he's got the turret at least. Oh, they're gonna pressure this? Okay, no. Okay, they just get the turret. I didn't know if they were actually going to go and try to follow through off of that in between both turrets, but they stayed disciplined. I think one of the big things here that glaring problems right now for Aurora Gaming is just how quickly Bigatron by Vitality is able to move across the map. They take down the tier 2 turret. Part of that is because it's a combination of expanding rivers, but also having the Rafaela, right? That little speed boost that our hero gives you is just helping them be everywhere. And I feel like even when you look at Aurora Gaming, some of the reactions of the player cams here, you know, they're seeing the map be taken from them, and they just can't move fast enough, even with a Matilda, which is so interesting.
Yep, the Matilda's movement is relatively fair because she can only really, you know, yeet someone out one at a time. All this while, Bigatron by Vitality, Holy Healing, speeds up everyone in your vicinity, and then you have Moreno who kind of takes care of himself. Astral, his second skill, Astral Recall.
Recall,
the arrow,
opposite
basically.
of the Star Shadow,
Yeah, it allows for him to kind of move through walls. So that's basically, you know, guiding winds at home for himself alone. And now they're gonna trap TNZ, gets away, survives. Woo!
Okay, taking a shot there too. TNZ gonna be fine, but yeah, I think it's just one of those cases where, in terms of mobility, Bigatron by Vitality is S+ tier. You know, Aurora Gaming is good, but it's maybe I'd put it at S-, just because, like you said, you get that whole speed boost, and also Moreno can basically take care of himself. And honestly, at this point, if Emon gets jumped on, you have that ultimate, right? You can actually just go ahead and pop that, gets rid of the debuffs, and then you can kind of move and reposition yourself. And so now, whoa, Lunar.
Flicker, then is welcome, thrown into the wall, answered by an astral recall, and then echoes. Shogun still alive, punches by Nanael, Lunar gets pulled back, full barrage, takes down Shogun! Aurora Gaming's first win in quite a while, given they spent so many battle spells and ults to get there.
Oh man, they used a lot. Nearly everything to make that happen. They've still got some room to breathe here, but because of the respawn, they're just full forced against Bigatron by Vitality, half health on the Lord.
Oh, BTR knows that there are no more resources for Aurora Gaming. That's why they go blitz the Lord. Nanael knocks it out, puts a jersey on that Lord. Second time this game. It'll spawn in mid, if I'm not mistaken. Should be a clean go, so they can sink these waves pretty well. 13 minutes in. I'd say Aurora Gaming, even with the whole tango that they pulled there with the pickoff, are still looking at a maybe 16, 17-minute berth to be able to, you know, say, we can do this.
Yeah, it's starting to come to fruition, though. I think a big part of that, again, if they can get themselves those 3-ish minutes that they need, Sigiboom is nearly, has the items pretty much that they need to. He can be threatful. It's just more so of can he set up a full barrage and utilize it. Astral Echo.
The most beautiful Echo I've seen. All 5 members of Aurora exposed to BTR's push. Fortunately, Aurora made the most use of that time and space in mid. They are able to take down the Lord and clear the waves. No inhibitors fall, not today.
Okay, I think that might be all that Bigatron by Vitality gets. They got all the tier 2 turrets down, but they aren't approaching these base turrets just yet to knock them down. Although the top one is damaged quite a bit. They've got some waves to work here. Now Bigatron.
What is Rosa thinking? Look at how far Rosa is. Emma now eyes on the inhibitor. Rosa's a little too far off. How did he end up there?
I think they wanted to potentially go for a play. Wait, Rosa canceled the recall. I think they want to make a play here. He's got the Wrath of the Dryad.
Yeah, that would be ideal if they got it. Circling Eagle. He finds Eman and the taunt. A little bit of damage. Eman will get thrown down. Pagu finds the kill, the pickoff, the Mia for the turret. Joseph, I don't know if that's worth it.
Oh man, I mean, I thought he was just gonna recall, but then I guess he got the signal to go ahead and try to catch Emon. He had the Wrath of the Dryad, they do that. So Aurora Gaming takes a bit of a risk there. They lost their top base turret. Lord's gonna be spawning in about 50 seconds. Opposite of the opened up lane of Aurora Gaming's base. Ooh, that is tough, man, that is tough.
Okay, just doing a little bit of math. If it wasn't in the long lane, might have been worth it. But for Bigatron by Vitality, this feels nothing but just a speed bump. They haven't lost their lead. The map is clearly red. I'd say Aurora still needs to look at that 16, 17-minute timer. Sigiboom currently is sitting on, just one more item. What is that, a DHS?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe if he goes to DHS. I don't know, is he just going to be completely glass cannon? Is that just because you have a Matilda here? Oh yeah, DHS. DHS is locked in. So he goes that. This could be enough, though, Leo. Like, I mean, if they go into a full fight and don't lose anyone before the Lord fight, that full barrage could change an entire fight. And that's why it's such a big risk pick, this Iksha. Lunar's got to get some stacks here, man. He's got to go stack up. He's got to get that big form here on the Barats.
Oh!
We'll see what they do.
TNZ bursts down Finn, puts him at half. Lord now approaching half health.
Oh, no!
Moreno already throws out the Astral Echoes. Used to pick off Rosa. So Aurora are a man down.
Oh, without Rosa, I think you just have to let this go. What can they do here? I mean, they're just blocked Shogun. Just going to be that tree right in the choke point. Lord secured now here for Bigatron by Vitality. Really tough for Rosa to go down, and that timing. Now they're going to have to defend. Oh, Astral Echo.
Slowing him down. Pagu does the only thing a Matilda can do. Circling Eagle defensively, knocks him up, and that's enough to keep himself alive. Lord spawns up top. There's a lot of work Aurora has to do to survive this push.
Okay. They can do their best to, I would say, just stay in the game here. This might be the case where they lose their base turrets. with what Bigatron by Vitality has been able to do. Again, they're just fighting better. They're just finding these moments better than what Aurora Gaming has been able to do. TNZ will slow it down, do as much damage to the Lord so that it's easier to deal with, and it looks like Aurora Gaming will manage these waves that are pushing in. So that might have been enough to just go ahead and nullify this Lord take.
Yep. More than enough. Aurora Gaming actually flourish in this position. Answers with Dennis Welcome from out of nowhere. Throws him into 2 allies. Pulls him in with the missile expert. Shogun with the flicker. Enchanted ult. And there will be a trade out for Shogun for 2. Rose and Lunar down. Sigiboom looking for more. Oh, that Wrath of Dryad sequence was amazing. But it will end in a 2-for-1. Down goes the inhibitor down bottom. Mid lane still standing. Aurora still breathing.
Oh man, and Leo, a respawn at this point in the game. When everyone else has 30-second timers, you just bring them back.
Oh no, it's a Faramis at home. The Rafaela makes so much sense. There's still a wave. Still minions coming in from all angles. Full barrage coming through. Down goes Nanael. Circling Eagle, but Pagu will get answered. No waves. No waves with just Sigiboom and TNZ left.
Okay, Sigiboom and TNZ can defend this, and now Lunar and the rest are back up. This should be able to stay in the game now, but Bigatron by Vitality might look to potentially make a play.
Oh, another Dennis Welcome throw in. Shogun into the wall. Shogun, no one home for the Wrath of the Dryad. Down he goes. Recall plus a Star Shatter into the face. Picks off Sigiboom. They need Sigiboom. I don't know if they can win without Sigiboom. The freeze on a TNZ. The base is exposed. There's still minions. And Amon and Finn wailing away. Bigatron by Vitality are going to the grand finals.
It's a brand new day as a Bigatron by Vitality will face off against Onyx. It's a rematch happening in Astana, Kazakhstan here for the Games of the Future 2026. What a game 3 we were just delivered here. Hats off to Aurora Gaming. Tough loss in game 3. They fought with all they could. But BTR, man, we know whose goats those are. They come out clutch in game 3. And then we have a battle for thirds tomorrow as well before the grand final. Hats off to both these teams for putting on such a wonderful series. And again, uniqueness in the draft here on both sides. But this time, think about it, man. Amiya gets a victory. And it was just great to see. Even the Ixia almost there towards the end, making things happen. Once again, everybody that tuned in with us over here on the caster desk for the semifinals, thank you for joining us for these 2 series. We still have a breakdown of the game and everything else. Let's throw it over to the panel before we end the day.
What a beautiful game we just witnessed once again. Team Bigatron by Vitality. They were one step close to get eliminated yesterday and today, and they pulled this off and they came back through once again. 2-1.
What a game. I mean, we knew that that's going to be a very long game. That was actually a very long game.
Yeah.
They went all the way till 18th and 19th minute mark. That went great performance by Bigatron. Way from the start, I think they actually had the grip of the game. And of course, we had some very surprises during the draft as well. But that was amazing how the whole thing went down. They got the whole, the turtles, they got the lords. I mean, I think the game was on their side. The game was really on their side. I think we saw that, right?
They had surprised in the draft. Everybody was surprised here at Jake Pijak Arena and surprised us as well. I mean, what a beautiful game from both of the teams. And like what I said, Aurora, I mean, if you guys want to be a champion and if you guys want to play against Onyx, you guys need to focus on your games. You can't be just assuming that you guys gonna get into the grand finals that easily.
That's so true. I mean, finally, we have the teams who are ready for the finals. And we have it. Tomorrow, the finals, we have the team. We have the Onyx going against a Bigatron by Vitality. This is going to be an amazing one tomorrow, and we are really excited what happens. We got the highlights on the screen up now. The early stages of the gaming, we had Aurora with 3 and against Bigatron with 2 kills. At that point, we were reaching around 5-minute mark. it was going in straight with the.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, let's take a look how he's doing right now. Where we see the team fight here at the turtle, as you were saying earlier, on the minute 6 and now 7. We see the beautiful chaos here on both of the teams. I mean, the way how Bigatron just like pushed them through from that, and then from this moment they were like taking a lead of the control, and they took so many towers from the team of Bigatron by Vitality.
Of course, I mean, this went, as you can see, 17 minutes, we had 7-7 at that point. But again, Bigatron had the advantage of having the turtles and also the loads. So that's a very, that was a very good advantage when it comes to the Bigatron. I mean, towards the end, we really thought they might back off a bit, but the regret can come back, but they really went for it and took the crystal down towards the end of the game, and we are witnessing how it all went down. That was a pure chaos in the base, right?
That was a pure chaos. I mean, we see in the scoreboard 10-10, the teams actually deserve each other, and how Bigatron, like what I said earlier, they came back on yesterday against Pro Esports. They were losing 1-0 before, and they had the same situation here against the Aurora team, and I mean, they pulled it through, and look at these people here. And yeah, and we're not saying goodbyes to Team Aurora Gaming. They will be playing tomorrow for the third match against the other team. See, we can see the scoreboard here. I mean,
we have 10-12, and the match went on for 18:57. Like that was a long game. We have the stats on the screen now. We have Shogun, Nailfin, Iman, and Mon. They did a great job. I mean, we have to say, from the start, and we had some surprises from the start during the picks as well during the draft.
Yeah, I would like to mention to you guys, we have a special guest here from the team of Bigatron by Vitality, Iman, right?
Yeah.
Iman from Team Vitality.
Yes,
welcome and nice to meet you, Iman.
Nice to meet you.
Congrats on the win.
Congratulations
so
for making it to the grand finals at the Game of the Future here in beautiful Astana. How are you feeling, man?
I feel so good because it's been a long time since I play Mia.
Exactly, that was my next question actually. What was with Mia? Because the moment you picked Mia, the audience went, I'm not sure if you could hear that, but the audience went, wow. Like that was, I think nobody saw that coming, the Mia coming in the picks, right?
Yeah. Because before, when in Scrim, we practice it a lot, but there's no you call this opportunity.
Yeah.
So, and then when I saw their hero, the enemy hero, so I think I can use Mia here. Yeah.
Do you think that was a very underrated hero when it comes to Mia during the tournament? Because we didn't see that much.
I think so, because in laning is so powerful in terms of 1v1 against any hero. He can fight.
Right.
Like that,
yeah.
I mean, definitely you surprised everybody here at Jack Arena. You surprised the casters. You surprised us. You surprised. I think you surprised the enemy team as well. I mean, Aurora Gaming were not ready for it. Don't you think so?
I don't think so, because before I already used it against them when in Scrim. So, but I think they forget because I don't use Mia
that
before.
Often.
Yeah.
That often, yeah. Do you know Iman? Here we see the comparison to Tobikan Sigubun and Iman. I mean, do you know that there is so many fans of you here in beautiful Astana, and there were people are sitting cheering Iman, and seeing your notes and everything. I mean, how do you feel about that, and how's everything like?
I feel so happy because I didn't expect that I have supporters here in Kazakhstan, you know, because I only know only in Philippines and Indonesia. So I'm so very thankful for all the fans here supporting us. I hope tomorrow you guys keep supporting us also.
Of course, I mean, you really had some good fan base right here in the arena as well. The moment, the way you made a move to the base. Even yesterday we saw that. I mean, towards the end game, I mean, you were smashing on the crystal towards the end and taking the crystal down. Even today, the same thing happened. I mean, really good. Let me ask you a very interesting question. If you have to pick one team member from your opponent today to your team, who would you pick to play with you?
I think Rosa. Yeah, because
interesting.
he's so good. Like earlier, like he's from the back killing me with Matilda. You know, I didn't expect that.
Yeah. And do you trash talk on the voice chat?
No, no, no. I'm just hyping my team.
Okay, okay, yeah, makes sense, makes sense.
It's
But
very good to see hype your team. I mean, now you're facing Onyx. Let's
Yeah.
be real. The team hasn't lost a single match here at the Game of the Future here in Astana 2026. Do you guys think you guys have a great chance of competing against them and having strategies over?
Oh, I think when in terms of beating, yeah, I think we have potential to beat them again because before we already beat them in finals. So I think we're just gonna do what we're doing before. We apply it. Yeah, I think we have a high chance also.
Perfect. And you know, last thing, you have anything to say here to anybody on the stream, on the fans, to your family, anybody here? You have a perfect opportunity before we let you go.
Oh, thank you so much for supporting us, Big Troopers, and also people here from Astana. Thank you so much. Hope you guys see you again tomorrow for the finals.
definitely, we are looking forward. Thank you so much for coming here at the desk and for the conversation. Congrats again.
Thank you so much. Iman, once again, that was Iman from the team Bigatron by Vitality, and we appreciate him so much. Now you can go. Thank you very much. It was awesome to talk to. I mean, Iman has a great fan base here. Not only in the Philippines, not only in Indonesia, but in the whole world. And now we can see the kill participation here, 92% of kill participation there.
Wow.
338, 800 GPM is always there, always on point, always getting the kills. And now just behind all the cameras, he's taking beautiful photos with all the fans that here is at the beautiful Jack Pijak Arena. Just incredible.
Incredible performance. I mean, that was one well-deserved final match, because if it actually went like a 2-0, that would have been different. The whole experience would have been different, but we actually needed a third game to have that excitement running through the whole tournament. But all this excitement, and it's all because of the freedom to making this happen and bringing all this excitement to you and to us and the people in the arena. Big thanks to Freedom for being a partner for MLBB here at the Games of the Future 2026. And this is one moment, this is one great day that we have had, because there is only one day left, which is going to be the grand finals happening tomorrow. That's going to be interesting. Onyx versus a Bigatron by Vitality.
Yeah, but before the grand finals, I would like to also remind you, we will have a game number for the third place, right? We'll be seeing the teams who have been not eliminated, but they will be playing for the third place. So Aurora Gaming and the team of Selangor Red Giants are going to be playing here tomorrow. I believe at 2 o'clock at the 2 or 4 o'clock 4 o'clock local Kazakhstan time. And then we'll have an interesting grand final, and we'll see how Bigatron by Vitality can surprise us and can surprise everybody here. They surprised yesterday the Pro Esports, they surprised today Aurora Gaming, and tomorrow Onyx will be interesting to take a look at. Moreover, would like to appreciate Casting Integration for making this possible. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. Thank you very much for sponsoring the, I believe it's a physical fight, and people are playing digital fighting, and then actually they're going to do MMA fighting. That was actually happening also.
That's happening now.
Coming now, meanwhile, on the different channel, and you guys can take a look. And thank you very much once again, Casting, for supporting this event and making this event happen here at the Game of the Future.
I mean, of course, I mean, great performance, let's just say. Let's just take in what we just witnessed here in the arena. I mean, one final game, the third map for the game. So that's going to be interesting to see how it turns out tomorrow. But make sure you check out the official website, because you've got all these details up on our website, all the schedules that Steel Borko just explained. Everything is on our official website. You have it right up on your screen. Go to astana2026.gofuture.game to get more details. But if you look into, let's jump into how actually the whole thing, there were a few moments actually in the last game where, I mean, there was a trade Turtle for a kill trade, which was done by TNZ. I mean, he had to trade Rosa's kill for a Turtle, but they tried it. I mean, they did try.
They did try, and it was an awesome try and an awesome play from two of the teams. We would like to also appreciate all the teams here, and let's look at the bracket here on so as I was saying earlier, SRG going to toe-to-toe against team Bigatron by Vitality, and and we'll see. I mean Onyx. Sorry, the SRG is going to play against the Aurora for the third match.
Yeah.
What are your expectancies? Who's going to be the third place?
I really don't know. I mean, I'm really excited, to be honest. I can't even make out who's going to win because I really want to see. Even I think we all agreed on the fact that we really wanted to see that third map, right, in every game.
Of course.
And but the difference between today and tomorrow and then the rest of the matches plus the finals is that tomorrow it's going to be a best of 5 for the finals. So that's going to be a lot of maps that we'll be witnessing, right?
Hopefully we get to see a lot of maps, and before the maps, I'd like to also see SRG against the Team Aurora, Aurora Gaming.
Yeah.
I mean, those teams, they are also, both of them are incredible.
Yeah.
It'll be an interesting match of the third place as well. I mean, they're gonna face each other. I believe Selangor, they still want to compete hard, and they got to be eliminated from Onyx. So it'd be an interesting grudge match because Selangor actually won Team Aurora in the group stage before 2-0, and it would be interesting if they can do the same here at the beautiful Jekpejek Arena here at the Game of the Future.
Exactly. I mean, we have to agree to the fact that tomorrow Bigatron is going to be facing the reigning champions for Games of the Future. So I mean, we have the revised brackets up on the screen. You got the points. You have everything on the screen now. There is only one final day to go to find out who's going to win, and we have the interesting thing is that for the top 4, we have last year's champions and runner-ups in the top 4 now.
100%. Yeah, and it would be interesting to take a look because Aurora, they were excited to meet at the final Onyx, and they actually have failed to do so.
Yeah.
Now it would be different finals. As I was saying earlier, you can't really say that it's going to be copy-paste and you get to expect those things because games are the different, times is the different, everything is different, and city is the different, countries is different, everything is different. So therefore, we'll definitely take a look at how the games will be played tomorrow.
Exactly. I mean, Onyx is going to do their best. I mean, do their ultimate best to keep that championship in their pockets, in their homes. I mean, because they took the championship last year, this is their chance to take it again 2 years in a row. And of course, Aurora, they did not actually get to the finals and not even get the second place at the moment because of the unfortunately they couldn't get to the finals, but they still have a chance to get that third. So we don't know yet because we are seeing unexpected turnouts, we are seeing unexpected movements and stuff. But yeah, the last game was a blast, I would say. I mean, Nanail actually did really great. I mean, towards the end, the 2 Lord's lanes, great work, and even the other teams as well. Everybody put their blood and sweat into it to get to the end.
Of course, everybody gave their best. I mean, shout out to Aurora. They won the first game and they thought it's going to be in the back, but unfortunately isn't, because Bigatron by Vitality, they're not a slower team. They had the fight all across their time. And yeah, it's just an incredible game, and we'll get to see tomorrow. We'd like to appreciate the casters, the fans, the viewers, the background, everything here for awesome day today. My name is Steel Borko, and I joined with Haiti. And any final words, Haiti?
No, I think that's it. We are all waiting for tomorrow. I think all the fans are also waiting for tomorrow. But thank you so much for watching today. The semi-finals, we got finals and the third place deciding tomorrow. And we will see you guys again tomorrow for one final day of MLBB. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
The premium family plan's connected. That is Basa Got a smartphone absolutely free. That is Basa Hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.